Oh, miigwech. Can I invite elders from the host community, Saugeen, Caroline Breer, Beverly Crochane, and of course from Treaty 3, Ida Skeed.
Generation speak it Anishinaabe oe o mek ukichita oe ka kimi ka jot Anishinaabe ka ona mi oe oni tuk ma ko mo Anishinaabe mi non da ko ki ne ma in this thing Isha pinu na awe bon Nigan is a teacher. Boy, the mat is a TV then. Michigan Schnabe, okay, we not know. Caprice, caprice. The big machine. He can't do it. Or not get the care. We first here, we peanut there. It's a show a bit. Man, drop bone chick. It's a show a try to be us, okay? But the show to be us. Well, we got this. We beat that one. Finishing and sticking on dollars on me. It was showing up Scott. He was a ship. Putting up my Jesus getting next picture. There were Scott. We are if we is okay. I was like, come make a shingy. My isn't so. We so get the more and I will go again.
Oh, good.
One tree rich among 80. Video. This shit in the bed. Let's go up in the bed. Pero ina que tuve casi tuve si me está ganando basta bueno de ver lo que no ganan de chico de esto ya que ni soy el sí que está ahí todo que se va más y te sube está ganando con la más Kali nani cuma kita untuk nasi ini Iya, kami siap Cimino, mau dia lupa. Oh, ya, Anishinaabe, inayoaga akijibiwa na sheria
Dave Lindsay. Dave Lindsay around? Can we invite one of the 3 staff to pass around the food? A female staff member from 33 to help with the food, please. Each a maid.
Oh, breakfast.
bonjour. Comment you in the by them? Well, gumakan, nagachonang. Kishoshin mage masema. When anandain, nagamon, chimachi gateg. Abejik kienzi. Babichi ko neash kajin kazut mi ma. Hakuzi izan ma wikwe tug mi ye. Book sending wa gumakan. Aho, mi ye. Miigwech. Chief Wayne Smith had requested an honor song for Gilbert Smith. And our elder recommended that we deal with that right away. Apparently, he's in the Thunder Bay Hospital, not doing too well. So we all can send prayers to Gilbert Smith. Miigwech. Bonjour, Ninem. Bébé, j'ai go egg. You gonna be nest, they go. You don't know them. You use me calling bonja, yeah. When you go to me government, ma, you gotta get to which tongue, ma. When each can easy, Eric Fisher, Mugama usually catching cause it. Me ma nongum. We wish to young man nongum, Miss Omis, no commerce, me this year. Way, going, you win the mind them. Why should be got take a man nongum, Kagizigak. Way, P, which you more good chita, Kevin away, Ogama can. So again, go and jeet, Kevin again, ma, Chibakan get Yagi to what. Meetish ma. You in the mind him. Why should be got take away. Nongum, which is in the got take. So good morning, everyone. My English name is Don Jones. I'm from Nigi Guzman County First Nation, and I'm Bijou, Lynx Clan. I want to first of all thank the elders for the opening, our host, Chief, Derek Henderson, plus his community members for joining us in this Spring Assembly, Caroline Breer, Beverly Cochane, Ida Skeet for doing the welcoming and the food blessing and the water blessing as well. I also want to thank Eric Cochane, one of the Eagle staff carriers, Ernest Cobanes Jr., and Ugichita Francis Kavanaugh for bringing in the Eagle staff to start in a good way. Just a couple matters before we proceed. We ask everybody to use the front entrance to enter the gathering. And if you use the side doors, only use them to exit and not to return. We ask kindly that you abide by the recommendations made to us earlier. With that, I'd like to invite Chief Derek Henderson for opening comments, our host community. Miigwech. Okay, so it's been passed on to Ugichita. Song coming in.
Bonjour. Anishinaabe. Kwe moen ngamami gwechiag. Goe kawit tabe minangwa. Unoe. Ejo abachita sita Anishinaabe oegib minijang. Anishinaabe toen. Kisheatizin. Memendagego kisheatizin. We tewe ganag. Keo noe wagi nakobichiganan. Eagle staffs. Poganage ma biog. Minganage ma biog. Noege nagamanan. Nandoe nagamanan. Kimachi gateon. Healing songs. Healing songs are about building relationships. That's the theme of our meeting here in Manitoba. Way back in 2016, when I came back as Grand Chief, my vision was to bring people together in that in that we started to develop our relationships with our brothers and sisters in Manitoba, notably the Anishinaabe in Manitoba. We held a Anishinaabe gathering around Kisikoining, around the Clear Lake area of Manitoba in August of 2016. That, my friends, my relatives, my family, was intended to bring us together as a people, as Anishinaabe people. We're a strong nation, Anishinaabe people, when we stand together, when we work together, when we follow the very foundations of who we are. That's love, kindness, and compassion. Right now, we are in the presence of Hatsuka. Tewe ganag kiwit tabi mi gunanik. China was yogi get tewe ganag. Kawini ego ma tabin jigachigates non. Awaya chibiman kamigispan. Kain ye ninanden the seaman uma kibi jang Winnipeg. China and Agut ke oe Winnipeg. China and Agut to ma fork kajan katig. Mima gatashio koitiat Anishinaabe tajin the moat pimatizivin me wasa mizegi ponjio uma to koitiat. Mi keni no en pemenish amang uma bonji jang. We continue mangitanig Anishinaabe nanig Oma kayat Manitoba jinikate kewi no mi oe yandumananik. We invited the Grand Chief from Southern Chief. We also invited the AMC, the acting Grand Chief Kewin Machibijat, and other people, other leaders in Manitoba we invited. And that's the idea behind that, is to create these relationships, rebuilding the nation, rebuilding our strength as a nation. Only together we can fight these battles that we have with the provincial and federal governments and mainstream society as well. You know, we're here to promote Kishawatis yun, Shawen diwin, we sokotat yun. Kain nanden asin kego, Chiman kamigak umagya yaing nongum. Gabogose ni magya, hawya, Kishpin wiman kamigizit, Gabogose ni ma, Chinizagang, Chibajegi sigumabi indig. Apiche, Nimenjinoes. Ye keninga init taman we kwe ina kamigize ata ninda we og kawin nande nezin shawen diwin. Respect. I want people to respect our drums here. Kichige tete we ga nagugo ga biat shke oe ga gitti bachimin sheba oe tewe gan ugichita ishin kazu tewe gan Kimiga tiog mojag ojibwes ke bonag mi ega tibach motagweng o kagi pakiniget ni mise aida skid mi oe nichke ze terry skid mi oe ka nagata moin chiganoe ni mat noe tewe ganan wasa piche piondat is oe tewe gan mia pi mega kimiga tiato go mi mai tug awega makia indwen pon kim kigaza kagi winet mi teshimaga jo ka tapina to go Anishinaabe ojibwes ugi kiwe naan, ugi nandwe aan noe bonan. They healed them. They healed this Sue. They healed them back to good health. And when that Sue was well enough to leave the Ojibways, he went home and later returned and gifted the Anishinaabe the drum. And that's that drum that sits here. It might not be the original one, but it's when our drums, everything wears out now and then, you just replace it, the same way it was given to you, and this and that. That's why I say it's very important that we respect those drums. Untitled women, kawinin, kitawa bachito simen shingen tiwen, machito tatiwen, wegi okoiting. Mietis, apiche, nimanendam, in ke shigagi gituan, gawachini wapiche gawe mashkoe, gawe mashkoe, chin sit taguan, kawin, kego, ninandawenda zimen, chiman kamegizing omabi, in the ke building relationships. Andoma regional chief from Ontario regional chief Ke Maya. We're also going to be having the Grand Chief from Nan territory here as well, and we're going to have some virtually. Joel Abram will be with us and delivering a message from AI. We're also going to have Reggie Niganabi. He's the Grand Chief at Ontario Anishinaabe Nation in Ontario. So we have, and that's what I meant by developing relationship. Which and the we talk about that Mieja was seniman. Mieja was seniman apiche. Itash yeah. Misoenda napiche. Chimino nagatwen, Chimino kanab and the ing at the go. Kegoge Umar Kamana kain in the end as in Chibin the Gachigatig. Nigani minaning is nabita. Nigani minaning Ejo Nishing. Was sent at that. Ejo Senagok Kimikonominan. Where the Jibo was sent on Kinaoya Chishinagatan and my ing. Me je was sending man and them Kajana non the man. Where to scare Kiabe, how ya Gipe with the Mago Ma Bejig staff member 3D3 Kain mine Minoya si Tibishkogo Gain Taneni Masi Chijabuit Mimina was sending Mong Omachon Jinagatan Dagosit Moetewe Ganak Gue Takiezi Seminanik She Machia Mot Mina Bejik healing song guys in Katig. I was just informed that one of our staff members who's on medical leave is in hospital, not doing well. And the family has requested that we do a healing song. They said he's not in very good shape, not expected to, somebody said to last 2 days. So that's what I mean by us gathering It's all about healing. It's all about creating relationships. Also, we had some of our chiefs as well were precluded from attending this meeting because of the flooding situations in our area. They're back home. They're back home working with their people and trying to alleviate flooding or damages to their communities. Also, I'd like to also have us think and pray about our brothers and sisters in Manitoba, namely Chief Glenn Hudson, whose community is flooded at the moment. And they're also saying that the flooding is not expected to recede for another three weeks to 4 weeks. You know, and we need to pray for these people. We need to think about these people. And also Rosso River is in the same situation. Again, I implore us to think about these people. You know, that's why we're here, is to develop these relationships with our brothers and sisters in Manitoba. You know, not only because, you know, we need to understand that Treaty 3 extends into Manitoba. That's why we're here. We always have we rotate our meetings. Sometimes we have in the west, sometimes in the north, east, and south, and we have each communities. We give opportunities for communities to host these gatherings, and that's why we're here. You know, we couldn't host it at the reserve at Saging because of COVID and the threat of spreading COVID in the community and this and that. So that's why we're here in Manitoba, but still we're here to develop relationships. So also, I just want to say that we have many issues on the agenda, and we also I'm also very pleased, you know, that we're able to gather, we're able to see one another again. You know, it's been a long struggle for 2 years now. You know, I myself have been struggling at home, you know, because what people call cabin fever and this and that. You know, I struggle with anxiety matters as well when I, you know, and I don't get to see people. You know, when I see people, it's a healing process for me when I see people I haven't seen for sometimes 2 years, you know. So I'm very happy that we're able to get back together as Anishinaabe people. You know, we love getting back together and visiting friends, making new friends and this and that. And I know in within a couple of weeks, we're starting the powwow season again. Well, you know, that's powerful way of healing for me. So with that, I'll just say, you know, that again, I just reiterate, you know, my appreciation. You know, I'm very grateful to the people that we have with us here, our elders from Fort Alec, 2 lady elders we have from Fort Alec, plus our elder from Ojeshkunigaming, Ida Skeed, and the drums. I'm honored to be here in the presence of our drums, our sacred drums, our pipes, our eagle staffs. And I guess for me, it's all about creating and developing and strengthening relationships. And I asked these women elders to stand behind me as I was asked to speak, and I wanted strength from our women elders. It's where strength for us comes from, is these women. These women are women. And if they want to say Tegi no ani kagi itu. Kami sudah nalu. Ya, sisi why we're here. We talk about doing working together. Well, we need like an option.
Miigwech.
Yeah.
Miigwech dikit uma kina ebi. Ngam obiang. Ewa bandiang minoa. Kaina piche wa wi pagyo bandisimin. We chige kenin diang. Kenin indaya wak yuete. Libya indina emaganaka. Kan gaya nga keni masi Libya. Nita shuengi chine dam geni no mai bija ya nebe. Biga gwech miga wanda. Shibi which dayan ganun which dan chibe ya anda shuma. Nita shke nimin otawa ogitchita. Egi piga gwech men degi piwinda moment. Utan okia ganan bejek emino yasinik. Ebi bagu sen jiget itash. She kanuta moment. Shinagamuta moment. Manu giabi o machip mi wichi winan. Mi anish iwashi onish sheng. Kawin bejek awechitashi. Kagot again, dang one shit that got you in the mohata yet you reach what Chipashi the Kangi Vega. Count Chica got again, dang over in Ketima egot. Beat a Shima in a Biangi Chiwichi, Angawen and gay, which you mean and gay, Kawin. Kawin Shian shit among Kawachi make going away at Chiwichi Ang. And in you I expect to young Chiwichi Ang. Meet you where. Mi iwe chi nak kami kitsiang, mi iwe gai goyang. Onishin owe chita shin chiga teko ganen weti kitis koniga ninang. Owe gonen we keisha mino sega gonen keisha mino gaba weyang. Weti gata wat Anishinaabe nani. Kaiji kanobiyot. Egi asawa to enan genigan skagwat tegan with the magwat. Mi iwe shonishing. Shini chui chiga point to win agagia a sindima. Shini gan skaget chiganut maget. Mita siwek kinachisha yaing. Akinago. But me mindegeta shimagagi asindochi nigan skagewat. We ne. Payechinata mawent kimama nanake. Nibe. We. Kawanchi paketinamo. Kinagegu we gagi mini nang. Kagi bini nang manituch yo chinaga toban tamang kagi kina indanish kagi mini guin chinaga toban yang mi mawencha ayayan. Ega chigi nishiga nishiga tekego. Apetitash misaka miknishonat kami gisyo gagi bi jawa toma. Aga makingoja. Okiti matuna wa pichikita kinan nebe. Mita shingi chinendam umagi bijayan. Ichimi wech indiket. Chimi wech.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Miigwech. Wichita. I'll turn over to Chief Anderson.
Miigwech. Pamiabine Shidish Nikaski Gundutem. Miigwech Kenin the Kete. Skatuana Mach in the Matapiana Manongum. Miigwech Dinak. Tegananjigo. Chitaz Yatka Namiata Manongum. Miigwech Dinak. Gimakanak Sugoginjanakamagana Matapiat. Miigwech Kenin the Ket. Some scores the young. Wega Kavi Kaiser Sek. Sanagan no kiwen gimakana ka tuwat. Keget kegine kagashi yangi marse men kenigengi marse kagashi yan. Kana shuyangi debajamasi ani gaja sek din schooling gajan. Nietash we abijatuwat. Kagwetuwat magego manongum. Keget kisesegego. Gini bavdash. Angegongi kasin. Miigwech. Kanawayomaga abijawatamat. Treaty 1 territories ago. Sagging Treaty 3 kayan. Ugijitagi Kitomi. Chignatan Mozart. Chivichiot Anishinaabe. Niwe gaining way to Utanama. No Kiwin. Panegotish. Kan Kanawayako. Yob Maut. Kayu Nandwin the Maut. Anishinaabe. Shkunaganing. Miigwechtash. Kinawayaga Kayawatumanogum. Itaz Yat Kwayok. Ninyok. Miigwech. Enipiatuma. Matapiat. Apchizanaga Nanuki when Hugimakan. Paneotish. Kan Panik Quake Sake Ego. Thank you this morning to our chiefs, our elders. I know the difficulty that we're dealing with today. I know it's a difficult situation. Thank you to the Grand Chief Ukijita for his words. We have a lot of issues in our communities. And when Grand Chief spoke about, Ukijita spoke about getting along, reconciliation. We all have things in our past that we've had to deal with. And I've dealt with that. I've got lots to deal with yet. But I know that when my community had me in leadership now for 13 plus years, with the challenges I've had in my own life, I continue to persevere, continue to try and do what's best for our people. There'll always be issues that people will have, and we have to deal with them. But this is not the place. I know that I invited Treaty 3 to our community of Saging, as what Ogijita said, because of COVID. They didn't want to come into the community. So we agreed I would have it in a neutral location, which is here in Winnipeg. So on behalf of our council, our elders, I say Jimmy Gwage for being here this morning and for the next 3 days, so we can discuss the issues that we have at the table for all of our chiefs in Treaty 3. Thank you to the elders for your strength. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for working with our community in Saging. I know that Treaty 3 has always invited our people to Ontario to participate in whatever we have, because we are part of Treaty 3. We are there to work together. We are there to make it better for our people. And that's what our goal and our mission is. So again, on behalf of my community of Saging, thank you to our council that is here. Some of our council couldn't be here. They're in other meetings. But I know that their participation in Ontario meetings, they bring back that information to our community so we can share it with our people. So thank you, Jimmy Gwage, for listening. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your strength, and thank you for your support. Jimmy Gwage.
Oh, Miigwech, Ogijita, Chief Henderson. There's a request for our Grand Chief for a healing song for one of our staff members, Larry Henry, Waskone Tegan from Sagin, has been asked to render the song. Aho. Aho, chimiigwech apache. Before we get into the presentations, my co-chair suggests a 5-minute break. We'll take a short break and we'll get into the presentations following the break. Miigwech. Bonjour, Minois. 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning. Everybody reconvene in 2 minutes. Aha, bonjour maintenant, Dinamagnetuk. So please come back in, reconvene. We're going to get into presentations. Does that sound better? Please make your way back in. Oh, can I have your attention, please? The doors are going to be closed as we suggested earlier. Please make your way back in to the front doors. The side doors will be closed. I also want to announce that the honorariums, Lori from Finance is sitting in the corner back there. So any checks will be released. Oh, you got your butt to tell me, go, Ma. So there'll be presentations this morning. As this is a National Assembly, we're on Zoom. So the screens are that you see. Anybody interested? I've also been told that anyone that wants to speak needs your permission from your chief to speak. There's a ruling by the executive. So the first presentation is Oski Ninig, Youth Executive Council, followed by Kagigito Ikweg, Women's Council, and we'll get close to noon, and we'll do the remainder this afternoon. So I'll invite the Youth Council to come up, please. Oski Ninig.
Hello. Oh, is my on? Okay. Hello, bonjour. It should be okay. Hello, bonjour. Oh, okay. Bibunandishnakas gawinge guanishnabe winzawin. My gandodam wajushkanigamadunjaba. Hello and good morning, everybody. My name is Winterdawn Lipscomb, and I am one of 9 members on the Treaty 3 Youth Executive Council. And I'm going to be giving this morning's presentation on behalf of the Youth Council. My fellow council member, Ernie Copenes Jr. is around and he'll be joining us shortly. All right, so a little background on the Treaty 3 Youth Executive Council. Our role is to be within the traditional governance model. One second. There we go. And we provide a voice for grassroots youth within leadership, as well as within programming that takes place at Grand Council Treaty Number 3. So our team is made up of 4 primary representatives: myself, Kayla Morrison from Manigamine, Ernie Copenes Jr. from Buffalo Point First Nation, as well as Seth Flotaros from Rainy River First Nation. We also have 5 junior proxies, which were selected in November of 2021 to meet the demand that there was for youth. We also had a lot on our plates, and so we needed some help, and we wanted to increase the number of voices that were at the table. And so our junior proxies are Cadence Skeed from Wajashkanigam, Lindsay Bain from Wabagoon Lake Ojibwe Nation, Alex Calvert from Eagle Lake, Liam George from Big Island, and Sage Smith from Nakachawawan. Our work is guided by the 2 elders, Ida Skeed and Terry Skeed from Wajashkanigam Nation. And we have Treaty 3 staff support with Sarah Whirlpool, who acts as our liaison and go-between between the council and the administrative body. So we each have a portfolio that we're responsible for, and our proxies act as our alternates. So Kayla holds the social, I hold the economic. Ernie is the environmental portfolio holder, and Seth holds the cultural portfolio. In addition to that, the Youth Council has 2 reps that we send to the Ontario First Nation Young People's Council with the Chiefs of Ontario, and that is currently myself and Cadence Skeed. With that, I also represent Ontario at the Assembly of First Nations National Youth Council, as well as sit on the AFN's Youth Executive. Kayla Morrison also sits on the Shunya Wabadung Board of Directors as their youth rep. Oh, all right. So it's been a long 2 years since the pandemic has happened, and a lot has changed for the Youth Council. We had babies, we got married, we went back to school, we've been in cultural events, and we've had to navigate how we worked and operated as a council within the COVID context. I'm joined here with Ernie Kovanis Jr. now. So back in 2019 at our first assembly, we were just 7 days into our term, and we passed our first resolution identifying 6 priorities and requesting support from each of the chiefs to help us in meeting these priorities. This resolution was passed, and these are the 6 priorities that the Youth Council identified. So strengthening the language and culture in the youth, respecting the knowledge of our elders and leaders, creating a structure for the Youth Council to operate in, to act as the eyes, ears, and mouths as the youth, to build relationships with the youth of Treaty 3 and other regions, and to remain vocal and outspoken to represent the interests of the youth. So priority number 1, strengthening the language and culture in the youth. We've held a number of gatherings over the last several years to help us meet this objective. So we've participated at the Traditional Knowledge Forum. We created a youth and elder pen pal program between youth and elders to allow them to build bridges and to share the language and the knowledge that they had. The Akodewan Youth Survival Camp, Pathways to Minabamatsuwan, again at a youth and elder forum this past spring, as well as participating and supporting the midwifery gathering that was held in Sagin First Nation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ernie to talk about the next priority that we have. All right, so Ernie's just going to provide some emotional support at the moment. So our second priority was respecting the knowledge of our elders and leaders. And so we held a meeting in summer of 2021 with Ogitchita Kavanaugh to discuss youth priorities and how we would rebuild the relationship between the Youth Council, and leadership in Treaty 3. And throughout the pandemic, Elders Ida and Terry Skeet have supported and attended the YEC through attending youth virtual gatherings and providing guidance in these spaces. Priority number 3 was to create a structure for the Youth Council to operate in. And so we've developed a terms of reference that was signed by the all 9 YEC members, Ogitchita Kavanaugh, and the Grand Council Treaty number 3 that have supported staff, or the staff that support us. So we've included a copy of our terms of reference with the chiefs in their packages to show how we've kind of created our own governance systems within the Youth Council. And this is meant to, be a support if there are youth in your own communities that want to create their own youth councils. We expect this to be a living document. We expect this to change over time. And we want input from leadership, from the elders, from the Women's, Men's, and Two-Spirit Council, from other youth to understand if we're on the right track with this. We've also developed a guide to partnering with the YEC to facilitate stronger engagement and participation of the YEC within Grand Council Treaty number 3. Again, this was included in the packages that we shared. And then in November 2021, we selected an additional 5 junior proxies to increase the Youth Council's capacity and bring voices to the table, recognizing that 4 people is not nearly enough to represent the diverse and unique 28 communities that make up Treaty number 3. This was a really big goal for us. We've always been advocates of increasing youth representation and bringing more people to the table, especially those that often don't have access to these spaces. Priority number 4 was to act as the youth's eyes, ears, and mouths. And with this, to listen, to learn, and to share what we're hearing. So we created a Bill C-92 engagement survey in spring of 2020, supported by about $25,000 from ISK. And that resulted in the toolkit that we created, which again was shared with the packages. In April of 2021, we held a youth roundtable on education that was attended by Kenora MP Eric Mulilo, MPP, or I guess Minister of Indigenous Affairs Ontario, Greg Rickford, 6 members from the Ministry of Colleges and Universities, as well as WAB Canoe. And they heard directly from the youth how COVID has impacted their learning and their education plans, and were able to incorporate that in their policies going forward. With that, we also created a summary report to show how the YEC could be held accountable on behalf of the youth. We've also held Kindness Matters surveys to talk about healthy relationships and how youth view these relationships and want them to be supported. We held a gathering this past spring called Envisioning Our Future, which focused on youth advocacy within the healthcare and education settings as well, and to help youth get the tips and tricks on how to be better advocates for themselves and their own needs. We also participate in the Chiefs committees, so economic, social, cultural, and environment. And that is ongoing. So priority number 5 was to build relationships with the youth of Treaty Number 3 and other regions. So as I mentioned earlier, we send 2 reps to the Ontario First Nation Young People's Council. We also have active and ongoing partnership work with the Institute for International Women's Rights Manitoba. We've partnered with them on a couple different social media campaigns. We've also sent delegates to the Commission on the Status of Women, which is held in New York every year. I sit as a representative on the Assembly of First Nations National Youth Council. We've attended youth events by invitation, so the Seine River Youth in Business, as well as the Anigaming Youth Gathering, and we constantly are trying to increase our networks and partner with different organizations. Priority number 6 was to remain vocal and outspoken to represent the interests of the youth. So this has been the publishing of media releases and open letters, namely on Colonization Road, as well as other topics as they come up. So accountability, so posting on social media updates and campaigns, posting summary reports and recommendations following youth gatherings, and showing how we're going to take what we've heard from the youth and then share that with leadership as well as others publicly. And work is still ongoing on the Bill C-92 So What toolkit. So things that we're proud of, project highlights. We've done a lot in the last 2 years, and I think in some ways it's been hard to share this work because we've been virtual, and so sometimes it feels like it's going under the ground. But as a youth council over the last 2 years, we've brought in almost $300,000 to Treaty 3 to support youth-related work. So this has included a $30,000 Laidlaw Foundation grant to support strengthening language and culture, a $249,600 grant from the Ontario Trillium Foundation to support youth transitioning into adulthood, as well as an $18,000 COVID-19 relief funds grant to support youth impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We've led Kindness Matters campaign, which again focuses on healthy relationships. Not everything needs to go viral, which focuses on sexual health, consent, boundaries, as well as human trafficking and social media safety. And this has been in partnership with WinHack, GHAC, the Northwestern Health Unit, and the Treaty 3 Police Service. We also partnered with the Spirit of Hope to develop a brochure on consent and the importance of respecting that. Again, from advocacy, a COVID-19 Photo Voice project, the Youth Roundtable on Education, and the Cold Weather Resource Guides. That project was really important to me personally because I heard youth who would say, you know, I found out where to go for a warming shelter through Facebook or through word of mouth, through a friend on the street. And that felt really unacceptable because if you're cold or you're hungry, you know, that's supposed to be available to you. So as a youth council, we coordinated with a number of service providers in Treaty 3 to put together maps listing where youth could access meals and other support services while experiencing housing instability. We also regularly participate in the Abenuje and Oknagewan Technical Working Group, CSW 64, and the 16 Days of Activism, which takes place every December. So these are some photos that we've taken over the last few years at different events and campaigns that we've held. Sometimes we've had the opportunity to be in person, sometimes this has been virtual or as social media campaigns, but we've done the best that we can given the circumstances to kind of get involved and get to meet the other youth that make up Treaty 3. What's next? So some exciting upcoming events. We have Ernie Covenants Jr. here. He's going to be speaking at the Learning from the Earth, Supporting Wellness Through Connections to the Land partnership with the Registered Nurses Association of Ontario. And this work is supported by our Laidlaw Foundation grant. This will also include speakers Jasmine Pirozak and Quinn Miyawasage. So we invite all of Treaty 3, even though this event is targeted to healthcare professionals, to attend to support the youth who are speaking out and actively working on the ground to rebuild their connections to the land, language, and culture. We also will be hosting employment readiness workshops in partnership with NCDS, LEAP, and Shunya Wapadung, kind of with the beginning of the school year as part of our YOF, Ontario Trillium Foundation grant. And then in the coming weeks, we will be distributing our COVID-19 community care packages to each of the urban hubs. So the last point that the Youth Council wanted to raise is a record of decision, I think. I've heard through the grapevine it's flip-flop between a record of decision and a resolution. So whatever the powers have been that decided, we want to move this forward at the Spring 22 Assembly. This record of decision reflects the significant work that the YEC has undertaken over the last 2.5 years and recognizes the increased demand for youth engagement on programming, resource projects, laws, and more, as well as ongoing advocacy at the regional and national levels. Realistically, this has been a lot of work for just a handful of youth to take on. And again, we want to be able to open these spaces to as many youth as we possibly can. The YEC wishes to ensure the ongoing support from leadership within Treaty 3 for youth-led initiatives, as well as meaningful inclusion and space for youth voices in advocacy and decision-making. To meet the priorities that the YEC has set in 2019, there's an identified gap and need to build capacity of the YEC within the traditional governance structure within Treaty 3 in the National Assembly. You know, as much as we're here to provide a voice for the youth to share our perspectives, provide guidance and insight into the challenges that youth experience, we're also here to learn. And we recognize that there is lots for us to learn within the governance and also the traditional ways. So we hope that we have the chief's support moving forward with this when it comes time to put it forward. So with that, Miigwech, thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us today and also giving us the space to give the presentation. This is where we can be found on social media. We're slowly beginning to expand from Facebook into TikTok and Instagram, though it's a work in progress. But we can also be sent an email at youthexecutive@treaty3.ca, and that email will go to all members of the YEC. So again, thank you, Miigwech. Oh, wait. 5 seconds. I'm going to pass it over to Ernie, who is going to be sharing a few things as well.
Buffalo Point. I just wanted to say a couple things here. I want to acknowledge Summer. She put this all together. I mean, Summer, Winter. She put this all together, and I just felt like I didn't want to speak on it because, you know, she put this all together, all this work, and I didn't want to mess it up at all. Just so another thing is, my mind ain't really here right now is because I wanted to acknowledge that these drums and the feathers, the items, and all the staff that are here, the other councils that are here, and I want to acknowledge the Women's Council for Brittany Covenants for representing the West Dory for the Women's Council. And on another note, for Buffalo Point, I wanted to acknowledge that we had a passing in Buffalo Point. An elder, one of our elders, Sam Gibbons, has passed away. His funeral service was yesterday, and they're gonna have his burial today. So I want to ask the Treaty 3 drum if they can sing an honor song for him, and you know, just for to ease his spirit to her the traveling of going home. And, sorry, that's why I didn't want to speak too much, but I just want to say to Miigwech for Winter and all you guys' support. Miigwech.
Oh, miigwech. There's a request for an honor song. Terry Skeed. Please come forward, and your drummers. Ida Skeed, you're asked to come forward. Ida Skeed. Oh, miigwech. Miigwech, Terry, for honoring that request for tobacco and a song. So we'll break for lunch. I'll be asking my co-chair, the esteemed Eric Fisher, to take over this afternoon. Ugamagi Ijik. So, Stimmy Gwetch, was the food already blessed? Is that good? Aha. How's it get to Nigate Wisinin? Aha. We'll break for one lunch, come back at 1 o'clock. Stimmy Gwetch. So when you hear the drum at 1 o'clock, please reconvene. They'll be calling everybody back in. Waskunete again. Medium well, medium rare.
Tell about that one time he gave that girl $200 trip and he's like $200. I'm giving him free jacket. Oh yeah, man, yeah, $250 figure jacket. Because she's my little nephew. So he has a Tommy Hilfiger there, but there's like goggles on though. He puts on his jacket, man, and like fucking a day later, he's just like, my jacket. He's like, where's my school? Where's my wallet? He's like, bank card. Oh, his bank card. No, his whole wallet. Oh, he's like, my wallet, my bank card. What about my lighter? And he just told me, he's like, what you gave me to that girl? No. And he's just like, sure enough, but he went to go see that girl. Yeah, you go back, but he's the letter came to fucking jacket. He just grabbed his wallet and fucking smokes. And you know what he did? Like, he didn't even get nothing. He didn't get nothing. She just took his fucking jacket and that's all. Yo, that's... When he gets there, at the same time, he's like, that's his old wallet. I was like, don't do that, boy. Like, don't do that. Yeah, for like a good couple of hours. Just balling that day too. That's how me and go. But he was but we weren't saying nothing about like but it kind of got we're just the last now I stayed at a whole party. Just giving him what he called weakness. Oh yeah. Go back to his room. Because we were all trying to go to bed. This is where it's up, man. We're all just but yeah, when you come up to but like yeah, when I was meeting someone like we're all in the bedrooms. We're all just like listening to music and like and I get to see people come walking in and walking out. This person even more talking. Fuck, man. The best part is the best part no about that one was actually yeah.
it out anyway.
Good afternoon. 4-minute warning, if we could have the drummers come and bring everybody back into assembly.
You got the same problem I had, it's not too loud.
Not too loud. If we could have the drummers bring back everyone back into assembly. Miigwech. Testing, Waskanayitang. Bring in the people. Miigwech. Bonjour. Mag-isik din sa kanyo. Atik do tem wapsamong bonji. I'll be your facilitator this afternoon. I'd like to thank Don for this morning. And I understand we are all going through a healing journey, especially with a lot of our loved ones leaving us during the COVID pandemic, and still we're going through the grieving process. I also want to remind everybody that during the COVID pandemic, all the general band meetings had to be postponed. Little reminder, this is not a general band meeting, so I'm not going to accept any more requests yet. Any bashing of the chiefs or any negative comments towards any of the chiefs? Just a reminder, please register, have your yellow tag. If there's any disruptions here, you'll be escorted out, and the Winnipeg police are waiting for you out there. So our next presentation is from the Kagitu Kweok Women's Council. So Women's Council, there's no need to, I understand we also have George that'll be presenting. So, you know.
I'm not part of the Women's Council. I just try to help out. Miigwech. Ako achini Anishinaabe. Ni kani veles ni go tiklote. Ogash panagamate. Igi nagamate. Sanagatigo. Jita jigati. Uwe nagamanane. Igachino. Imiga chita gaga pagaga magayat. Ibichika zata teganek. Oge bilaga. Oge makanik. Diban stoynog. Digana netangene kizennaman. Imiga chita gashinoge ni magi betlagian. Jui soko we agi posenmiat. Jiwa wicho. Ochinigo. Keget, ogita jindaming. Keget, iga poglanek. Mi mind jibitchige Anishinaabe. A king get on jibitchige. Divi kange. Mi tashin no machin tatashin mago inunga gishak. Aniwa, oje magjin satang. Ochiniwa, oigatcha magani boyat. Mi ete jikamat. Semangi piroshkan mausana genin maginjaitan. Meto genin. Inake. Epitena uzanana genin. Epetan damanigo ge. Anishinaabe gedin moiso kaza. Miigwech.
Miigwech, George. So before we begin, I'm just going to pass it off to everybody, the Women's Council and George, to introduce themselves. I will start.
Puju, Wachki Wangan. I come from St. River First Nation. My English name is Anita Collins. Miigwech.
I don't know if they need that, but okay. Bonjour. Wapske, Nimiki Benesik, Nindishnakas. Kiwaitan, Nodin, Kwe, Nindishnakas, Many Nodam, Beshko, Mate, Beshukang, Donjba, Obishukang, Ningiwe. My English alias is Mona Porter, and I'm from Laxo First Nation. I was appointed to the Treaty 3 Women's Council to represent the Northern Direction by the 4 ancestral grandmothers. And miigwech for having me.
Buju, Dishnakas, Zibi Kwe, I forgot how you say it.
I belong to the Elk Clan. I'm from Buffalo Point First Nation. I just got onto the Women's Council this year. So this is a new experience for me, and I'm really glad to be here and to be on the Women's Council. Thank you.
Priscilla Indigenous Cause, Chino Quadokwe Indigo, Kuchichingon Chiba, Nemain and Dotem. I'm Midday, first degree Midday, and I'm also with Gogidu Equewag, Treaty 3 Women's Council. We're doing our presentation. It's going to be in two parts. The first part will deal with the law, Manitowoc and Okanagan, and the Nebe Declaration is the first presentation that we will be making. And the second part will be the activities that the Gigadoo Equewag have undertaken since COVID has been around the last couple of years.
Hello everyone, my name is Haley Krolick and I'm the policy analyst with the Territorial Planning Unit. I've been working with the elders and knowledge keepers in Treaty 3 to listen and learn about Manitowoc and Okanagan and the Nebe Declaration.
In your booklets, you should have got a booklet called Pathways Forward. That's the booklet that we're going to be talking about in our PowerPoint presentation. Hey, George.
Okay, so what is the Manitowoc and Okanagan and the Nebe Declaration Pathways Forward? So like Priscilla said, everybody should see the Pathways Forward report in front of them. So throughout the past year, we traveled to different communities within Treaty 3 to listen and learn about Manitowoc and Okanagan and the Nebe Declaration. So what this Pathways Forward report does is it brings together all the information learned from the interviews with elders and knowledge keepers. So what the elders and knowledge keepers said went into the report, and the report really outlines what they want to see going in the future. So this report is always going to remain as a living document because, like we all know, everything that we learn is evolving and changing. So the more we know, the more we'll put in this. So this report shows clear pathways forward for both Manitowoc and Okanagan and the Nebe Declaration, and that's what we'll be presenting on today.
Why we did this work? Respect and upholding Anishinaabe and Okanagan and the Nebe Declaration. You know, really understanding the colonialism, man. You run into their laws all the time. In Ontario, you run into you call the St. Catharines Land case. You always run into that in the 1924 Land Transfer Agreement. So that's what blocks us in terms of going forward in reclaiming back our 55,000 square miles. So that's a real issue. And I think the chiefs here know the history of that. So that's the first point. Of course, you have the Section 9124 of the Constitution Act, where basically awards of the Crown. So that's a problem. But you see here, you have your drums. your pipes, your ceremonies. That's your tools of our Constitution. Because you hear these songs, these are constitutional songs. They're living songs. But we have a process. Canada doesn't have a process. Ontario doesn't have a process. But we have a process called Minitogi Napanagid. Because it has a vision, it has principles, it has a process. So basically, we're going to try and explain that. And that's what's going to be going to the community, is trying to explain the process. We don't need a written constitution. That's the basic presentation about support of Anishinaabe and Treaty sovereignty. And that's what we're talking about, sovereignty. I used to hear elders like Gilbert and Robin Green. They always say, the land doesn't belong to us, but we are the people of the land because of a sacred relationship. And that's where we begin. Mi manja matstang, Anishinaabe, mi Anishinaabe, ake, nibiga, mi monja say Anishinaabe. How we identify ourselves as people because of these key principles. You know, without water and land, we wouldn't have a language. Anishinaabe ni cousin, mi mind na mi Anishinaabe, oy Anishinaabe ni cousin. The natural environment. Mi ketut Anishinaabe, mi mind to vendaguzing, mi Anishinaabe ni cousin, mi ketut, kapi ketut, mi tashe no. Mi always sovereignty get us to avoid coming that sovereignty. Kage o mababam zero skate. Kage o babam zin, ke no nothing again gamot. You know, we shouldn't be applying to their laws because you know what they call it? Integration. We tried it 3 times already, integration. Residential school, that was a hell of a disaster, that was integration. 60 scoop, that's another integration. Yeah, we're going to try it the 3rd time, then have another disaster. So that's the point of sovereignty, what we're trying to bring across to people across the territory. Express the Anishinaabe relationship to the land and water. Again, as I said, a sacred relationship. As Anishinaabe people, we belong to the land, but we don't own it. So there's a sacred relationship. That's what we hang on to. Based on respect, rights, and reciprocity and responsibility. What that one's about is encouragement for you to go out there in your land, go by boat, go by canoe, visit your sacred sites, go by Gichigay, lay back the ownership. Me ege with the Shindamangi, Anishinaabe, skate gaming gamot, Kinamoy, a kick at the Shindame, me mind Nagamoy, Uge Gitoy, me at the Shindamega, Kanigi or skate, und the Vendax, no? Me at the sovereignty, get the Shindaman, me, now what? So that's encouraging. Me which.
The big declaration was born out of a conference that was held in February 2019. This was at the Black Bear, in which many elders, there were so many elders in that room that if it was filled up, and they gave direction as to what they wanted to see about water. What the Women's Council did was take those recommendations from the February 2019 elders. And we met over the summer months and over the next year and a half and came up with a document and a process Many of you have seen the Nebe Declaration on a poster, or, and that's what we want to talk about. This letter here was addressed on August 28, 2019, and it is to remind the chiefs that are sitting in this room that the previous Women's Council had asked for two things during that time. The first thing was to do a review of the MAI, Manitou, Aki, and Alkanagawan, and to bring it to support the Treaty 3 Nebe Declaration. As well, we asked for a clarification on the law making process in Treaty 3. MAI has been around for 25 years of implementation. So we rightfully ask for a review of that document and to see how the Nebe Declaration fits into it, or does or to create the founded because the give me a minute to see the Nebe Declaration become the foundation for a law. That's what I wanted to say. In the MAI Declaration itself, the law, there is very minimal, and I say minimal, maybe a sentence, a thought about water. We cannot stress enough the importance of water and the protection of that water in Treaty 3 territory. When we ask for a review, it is with the goal to ensure that the MAI and the Nebe Declaration work together in support of one another to protect Nebe and Grand Council Treaty Number 3 territory for generations to come. This rings true to my heart. We need to step forward. We need to protect our water. Our water is acting up at this present time. It's beginning to take lives. It's a powerful spirit. We must respect that spirit. And we must protect the water from further pollution. As I said previously, there is currently MAI makes only one reference to Nebe in the text of the law. The Grand Council Treaty Number 3 Gigidu Iquiwag wants to see a review of MAI. This can be very beneficial for the MAI law, as well as the creation of an Anishinaabe Nebe Declaration. Our women have met in Saugeen, Saugeen First Nation. And I can't emphasize enough that they want that water protected because the water, we come from water. There is a whole story about the water and how the water came to the people and how we are part of that story. The women said there is such a sacredness to that water that we must protect it. And we are asking you to help us out. As I said previously, and I'll say it again, the Untitled Declaration only goes so far. But it becomes a very, very fundamental foundation for the creation of the water law. We hope the review can include interviews of the people that are involved, that were involved. We have elders sitting in here, in this very room, that were involved in that lawmaking process 25 years ago. We need their stories. We need the spiritual stories behind that. And we hope to see that review will bring it out, bring those stories out. Because once we do that, it affirms the true spirit and the true intent of MAI. We, as Higadu, Iquiwag, ask the chiefs in assembly and in advisory groups, men's council, youth council, to support this initiative. And we call on continued support for the Untitled Declaration and our reassertion of Anishinaabe jurisdiction through our lawmaking process and MAI. Join these two together. Miele.
Bonjour. Miigwech Priscilla, Miigwech George. So just to highlight and add to some of the spiritual interconnectedness of Manituaki and Nakanagawin, Nabe Nakanagawin, Abinunji Nakanagawin. All three of these laws that govern our nation, they're all interconnected. And the reason I speak to this, I have the right to speak to this. It was the ancestral grandmothers and grandfathers that came to me by way of vision. It was at the Medewan Lodge in Lac Seul. They came, they were an extension of the physical lodge. They sat in their own spiritual lodge, and they spoke about these laws to me in my dream. They said to bring these laws forward in all that you do, to speak for the water, to speak for the spirit of the water, the spirit of the land, the spirit of our medicines, our rice, our berries, the animals, the birds, the fish, all of creation, all our relatives, to speak for these things because they can't speak the human language that we speak. To speak for these things, to stand for these things, to protect these things, and to do so from a good place of spirit, from a place of love, from a place of kindness for future generations. And just recently, I had a vision of our spiritual advisors that have passed on. Some of them I knew, some of them I recognized, some of them I didn't. Jim Windigo, Jim Brown, Tommy White. There was a lot of grandmothers there, and I'm not too sure where we were gathering, but it was, I think it may have been Powell Island. And they came to share a message with me about the things that they're preparing for us to support our work with Manitoulin, Keene, Nakanagawin, Nipen, Nakanagawin, and Nabinunji, Nakanagawin. That spiritual interconnectedness. You see in the presentation here, you see that grandmother spider web. You know, Manitoulin, Keene, and Nakanagawin is our sacred responsibility. It's our inherent right to assert our sovereignty and our own lawmaking process and our own sacred laws within our nation to govern and protect our nation. And most importantly, our people, our youth, our children, the next 7 generations. To always acknowledge everything that we've borrowed from the next 7 generations. And Tommy White is the one that came to me by way of vision after his passing. And he shared with me the teachings of the offerings for the water and the offerings for the land. There was another warrior of her time who has since passed on in that same vision with Tommy, and that was Lorraine Kenny. She did a lot of work in traditional parenting. So I received that spiritual validation in the shake tent, through the shake tent with Tommy Counselor. When us as a women's council went forward, Spirit came through and said, when I shared these visions that I had about some of the big issues that are on our doorstep about the water, the nuclear waste, the land, the animal. Last year we had no berries. Last year we had no berries. And this is why we have to continue to do these offerings, Spirit said in the ceremony, spring and fall. Tommy showed me that white cloth, making that water offering. And Lorraine Kenny, she had that green cloth, she was holding that green cloth, and that was the exact direction that came through ceremony. We have to do these things. We have to learn to trust in Spirit. We have to learn to trust in Manitoulin, Keene, and Nakanagawin. Manitoulin, Keene, and Nakanagawin is just not something on paper. It's who we are as Anishinaabe people. It's how we are interconnected. When we talk about Nipen, Nakanagawin, when we talk about that sacred water, it's just not about the sacred water here on this earth. It's about the sacred water that keeps us connected to the spirit world. That river exists in that hole in the sky. You see the hole in the center of that spider web. It's where we were lowered from at the beginning of time, when the plants and the trees finally agreed to let us become guests, to let us live here on earth. Grandmother Spider came forward and helped the Creator to lower us to earth. And we're all spiritually interconnected, each and every one of us. That's how much the Creator had, that's how much love the Creator had for us. He gave us our spirits. He gave us spirit helpers. He gave us gifts. He gave us purpose. And that purpose is to be the caretakers, to be the stewards, to look after our Mother Earth. And I don't say this in an offensive way or to hurt anybody, but we've been terrible guests, no fault of our own, because we have endured the Indian residential school, because our people have endured the 60 school, the day school, all this integration that my friend here, George, talked about. These systems do not work for us. And I hear many, many chiefs saying it time and time again. These systems are flawed. These systems do not work for us because they are not who we are. Who we are is Manitou Anishinaabe. That's who we are as Anishinaabe people. We have that spiritual responsibility to the water, to the land, to the animals, to our berries, to our medicines. We're so sacred in that sense that even our sacred wild rice, our manoman, is a sacred seed. And that's how much the Creator loved us. He gave us all these beautiful gifts. And it's all, each and every one of our sacred responsibility to stand, to protect, to defend our water, our land, our relatives, all under Manitou Anishinaabe and Anishinaabe. When the grandmothers and grandfathers spoke about Anishinaabe, I didn't know what they were talking about, because at the Treaty 3 level, it's the Anishinaabe Declaration. But I came to understand that that was a stepping stone. And the ancestral grandmothers and grandfathers are already saying, this is law. This is law. And it's the responsibility of the chiefs to ensure that this law-making process is supported and brought forward in all that we do for our nation. And I've heard many chiefs say it. Many of our chiefs, I know your work is not easy. You know, we're constantly having to go to the government to ask for permissions for this, permissions for that, permissions for this. Now we can say we have our own laws. We have self-determining, Creator-given inherent laws and a law-making process that we can utilize in our own territory for all generations to come. Miigwech.
What I understood of the Manitou Anishinaabe was a way of life, and it goes way back centuries. And it's only recently that it was made into a law. They made it so that you could follow it step by step. That the steps were put there a long time ago. That it became a way of life for us to honor the earth, to honor the land, respect the environment. And to keep our water clean. And that we say prayers for our earth, our water, our forests, our land, our water, because nobody can survive without water. Nothing can live without water. We all need it. And our way of life honors this.
See, the simple fact of our traditions, our culture, see. There was no feather here to speak with. In our culture, you have a feather. You can only tell the truth. You cannot make up a story, you cannot lie.
Manitou Anishinaabe. And if you sit with those words, right? We don't speak our language as often as we should. And when we work with Manitou Anishinaabe, we look at the way the word is set up, what breaks it down, and you know, it's the earth, Aki. You know, that's the key part, and we need to know that we can all be warriors to protect our earth. And I think this MAI provides that channel and that process.
Well, I think a lot of the traditions that are and things that are handed down are not written, it's oral. So we need to pass on, keep the, like, don't forget what we know. Like I was saying earlier, my grandma said, in order to know where you're going, you had to know where you came from. And I know that we all come from the earth, and we should protect her.
I try to teach my kids, my grandkids, that this is more important, this land is more important than anything else. Anything else. And we, as Anishinaabe people, are supposed to be the caretakers of this land. And what we do affects 7 generations. That's what I was taught.
Look at what those recommendations are. This is how the report is organized. So it's organized in the 4 directions: social, environmental, cultural, and economic. So this is really important because it shows how Manitowoc and Okanagan really supports each of the 4 directions.
Watchinago, Minago on Shkitagas. When I usually got digging, it's all connected to social, environment, culture, and economics. In terms of the social, knowledge moves from land and spirits of the people. School system increasingly include Anishinaabe and Anishinaabe teachings. I think it's about, again, passing on to generations to come, and trying to use Anishinaabe as the basic tool. So language becomes very important in terms of how you relay that message. And in terms of as I just said, about our spirituality to the land and our connection to the land, the kids need to be taught that. No, because it has a different meaning when you use paper. But show them. We go about the dog, show them. Paper is foreign to us, but actually teach them in natural context. Territorial planning, following direction from the environment that achieves 3 concepts and knowledge holders development, knowledge and actions for respecting the law, following the Vienna and Declaration. I think in terms of that, it's about life. How you teach kids about life. You cannot mog those key elements. Because as parents, as grandparents, as knowledge keepers, it's our responsibility. You cannot mind that. Don't, a lot of times we talk about integration. Integration doesn't work for us. Because when you go to school in town, it's all about integration. So we need to take that kind of responsibility and duty. Authority of Anishinaabe, authority of Untitled and the Vienna Declaration comes from spirits and land. Residential schools have disrupted peoples connected to our key Nakni and Nibin. I think that's a very key element of kayo nito eh. Igim kami goming itakinan eh. Shkun ngani rasi woman. Mete magita nat zegi woman eh. Mita shia. Keget residential school. Mimna rasi woman mina. Johnny King Anishinaabe. King nunga jimini wizing. Anishinaabe. We have to gain that back. We need to reclaim. Because we are sovereign people. It's just actual implementing that. I think it's time we forget the integration. Guides proponents and governments on their responsibility roles when working with 3D3. Crown governments, you go in the bog, proponents, mining companies, you go in the bog, give revenue, okay? Zani wa shwe kita in the bog, ni no in the kiminane, ni no in you get in the bog. Come much gima, shonia gima, kino in the Wamzin. Me, Get as an example, my son, Ajamachi Shioga, Utanogi, and forestry, and the other one's 4 winds. Migo Shigate Mikana. Migo just talking that the Toki Nakani as process as principles. So at the end of the day, it's conditional consent. Ing abstomen MOU. Gi kondam ge MOU. We negotiated to a conditional consent. Mi ma ba ma. Ke jo stege mi kan ina. Ko ina ba ko first phase gi katamena. Ki shige te boy. Iganan kono ta mina. General shigate mina phase 2. Mina ke get mi no. So nagat, what she go? Give touch, give revenue, okay? Miwich.
So, sharing our future vision, reclaiming our original identity, asserting our sacred responsibility under Manituki Nakanaewen, under the Nipe Nakanaewen. Social, the children growing up learning in Anishinaabe Moen and Anishinaabe teachings. Bringing our sacred institutions to the forefront to help be those agents of change for the Anishinaabe Nation and Treaty 3 people so people can increase knowledge of Manituki and Nakanaewen, the Ben Nakanaewen. But there's that spiritual connection that a lot of our people still lack. And that's essential to understanding Manituki and Nakanaewen. That spiritual connection, that our connection with the land and the water, and all our relatives, in the way and our spiritual connection with all our sacred items, all our sacred gifts, our drums, staffs, our lodges, our pipes, all these things. Environmental, the water is clean, drinkable, and respected as a life giver. That the land is healthy, thriving, and people live in relationship to it, that sacred relationship. Relearning how to have a relationship with our environment is vital and crucial in this work. You have to ask yourself, what is your relationship with the land? What is your relationship with the water? What is your relationship with the medicines, the animals, the berries, all these beautiful things that the Creator has blessed us with? What's your relationship with these things? Do you look at a tree and see dollar signs? Or do you look at a tree and see spirit? Do you look at water and see dollar signs? Or do you look at water and see spirit? I'm not saying that we shouldn't, evolve as a nation and that we shouldn't explore economic opportunities. But we need to do so in a respectful manner, one that is embodied with those laws, and most importantly, our sacred gift, our most sacred gift, Anishinaabe and Treaty 3 have a unified approach to decision-making about land and water, standing in unity, not being this, you can have your standalone initiatives, but when it comes to the land and the water, we all need to be unified. All our chiefs need to stand together. Our people need to stand together. It's our sacred responsibility, and I cannot emphasize that enough. Cultural, the practice of ceremony is continued and increased. Said earlier, bringing our sacred institutions to the forefront, that should be our first education. Economic, that the land is respected and healthy and able to support the Anishinaabe and Treaty 3 now and tomorrow and for future generations to come. Relationships with proponents include respect and trust because they're built on Manitou, Akin, and Nakanagewin. When we say that they're built with trust, that trust comes from spirit, the spirit of the land and the spirit of the water. If we do things following our own lawmaking process and we trust in spirit, we can't go wrong.
So now we're going to go into the pathways forward.
Again, I forgot my glasses. So selected pathways forward include Manitou, Akin, Nakanagewin, and the Nabe Declaration in school curriculum and youth programs. I had attended a traditional parenting teaching class a few years back with Janet Fox. And she had some really good teachings about how young we need to start teaching our kids. And it goes back as far as being in the belly, being in the tummy of the mommy. And she talked about how important it was to start our teachings with our young kids as soon as possible, because that's where they start developing the brain and information intake and whatnot. So it was a really good session. She's an awesome woman. So we can facilitate knowledge transfer from elders. Like Priscilla said, when the elders met in Black Bear, they gave direction on what to do and what we had to do. And when the Women's Council get together and we talk about the school and how we teach the young kids, it goes back as far as daycare even. We have, some of the communities have the means to set up a daycare in their communities. And that's another way of speaking to our young youth. Create a Grand Council Treaty 3 based position specialized in communication for Manitou, Akin, Nakanagewin, and the Nabe Declaration. Develop our written introductory materials and toolkits. Develop technology-based methods for knowledge transfer in the Nabe portal. So when we talk about the teachings of Manitou, Akininaok, and Nagaywan and the Red Declaration. We've heard it time and time again that we need to stop. We need to speak to our youth, and we need to start teaching them how important the water is. I also have a personal connection to the water myself, where my son's dad was taken from by the water. So, we had an incident back home where we lost a young baby to the water. I had asked the drum for a healing song to help the families back at home to deal with the incident at home. So, yeah, selected pathways forward. This is what we need to do. Miigwech.
Much of this information comes from Zoom meetings with people online and circle meetings and interviews. Regarding environmental, the selected pathways that forward provides basically what they said is create a legal framework for the Bay Declaration. Consider how Manitou, Aki, and the Bay Declaration are respected in all Western government processes. I'm not going to talk too much on this because we are running out of time. Strengthen the relationship between Treaty 3 with the Crown and proponents. Consider developing a Grand Council Treaty Number 3-wide administrative structure to support Manitou, Aki, and Okanagan and the Bay Declaration. Develop Grand Council Treaty 3 skills and have dedicated staff position and focus on hiring local Anishinaabe youth. Develop a strategic plan for each level of governance. Support community development and resource laws. Engage Grand Council Treaty 3 councils in the implementation of Manitou, Aki, and Okanagan and the Bay Declaration. Mi'oe.
Oh, sorry. Selected pathways forward under cultural. Continue and uphold the practice of ceremony and gatherings across Grand Council Treaty 3 territory, annual MAI ceremonies, facilitate the learning and speaking of Anishinaabe Moin, as Manitou, Akin, and Okanagan, and the Bed Declaration can be fully understood in Anishinaabe Moin. Healing intergenerational trauma and living in a good way. Reinforce personal connections to Manitou, Akin, and Okanagan, and then the Bed Declaration through time on the land. Consider the practice of recording sacred laws. Take time and care to ensure translations and interpretations are understood.
Okay, George.
Yeah.
You know, when we talk about this presentation, the first thing you gotta do the whole idea of notion of you gotta decondition yourself because you have a mind that's conditioned. Colonialism, residential schools, Christianity, that's how you're conditioned. So how do you decondition yourself to achieve sovereignty? That's the key. Otherwise, we'll be sitting here in 100 years. If you cannot decondition yourself, that's the thing. I know money is important, but it's about conditioning. Economic, improve funding for Anishinaabe, when the declaration. That's part of your deconditioning, because we're all conditioned. we're all conditioned to think colonialism, integration, because what happens is that when we are conditioned, and we tend to fall into the conditioning of falling into some institutional colonial system. Unknowingly, you feel you're driven into that mindset without realizing you have your drums, your pipes, your ceremonies. So it's a matter of deconditioning and starting to develop our own institutions. Get rid of your contribution agreements. Start something new based on our laws. Ensure proponents' knowledge and respect. Anishinaabe, call a spade a spade. You're not entering a territory unless there's a condition attached to it. There's a condition attached to doing business in our land. And that's the key. You might lose a few dollars, but you still maintain your respect for your own nation, your own integrity, your own drums. But that's sometimes that needs to, that's part of deconditioning. Respect Anishinaabe is a care for our land. We only got one home called Earth. Let's start taking care of it, and we need to tell the proponents and government corporations like it. Create a policy regulation to support the sharing of revenues from Anishinaabe, and that's happening with the Sun. So that's in place. Now we have a template in the process. So you have it. Now there's obviously one shows it at all. But you could tweak the Minitoki as you move forward in terms of see, one of the things that the proponents, particularly the crown corporations, they talk about environmental assessment. So what they do is they give you a narrow scope. That's your environmental assessment. Is that a right way of road or whatever? The whole environment should include your 55,000 square miles. Yeah. So in the sense of reclaiming your land, consider resource revenue sharing impacts of community relations. We lost our economies. We even come on our economies. Now we got to get our economies back. We got to take control back of the revenue sharing, and we got to really speed up on. The story behind that is we shouldn't be beggars in our own land anymore.
One of our chiefs, Bill Pettiquan from Wabascan First Nation, in 2021 said the following: Manitou Akianakanagewan is already implemented. For thousands of years, we've always lived that way. Anyway, that concludes our presentation on that one. Now you really want to know what the Women's Council was up to. Okay.
5
minutes. 5 minutes. I'll really ramble. We held we have a spring and fall ceremony for Nabe. One in Kenora, one in Dryden, and one in Fort Francis. The one in Kenora is a walk, the one in Dryden is a walk and a ceremony, and the one in Fort Francis is a ceremony. And they're well attended, and it's very cold out there, and we invite everybody to participate in those Nabe ceremonies. But all the Lake of the Woods, Rainy Lake, and Rainy River are the bodies of water that are feasted and have ceremony. The Women's Council is involved with Abnuchi in Okanagan of Treaty 3 child care law. It's going through a little turbulence right now, but we've, as soon as they hire the person's back, we'll probably get more involved in that again. Technical working group. We've done a lot of work on the child care law. Missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and anti-human trafficking initiatives have been developed through social media, platforms, presentations in schools, organizations, and service providers. We also have been doing some gender-based and family violence surveys that were conducted over Treaty 3 at the request of the Women's Council to work to end violence against Indigenous women and girls. A report was developed listing in internet access, cell phone perception, transportation, isolated communities, and lack of access to resources to help the barriers to live a good life free of violence. We're also involved with the men's anti-violence. We're working with the Men's Council and the Youth Council on this initiative that has been created through social media platforms by expanding the conversations on MMIWG and boys, and looking at understanding how victimization happens and the roles Indigenous men and women have to the Anishinaabe culture, with presentations conducted in schools and basic human kindness and anti-racism. The Women's Council also held food drives throughout the schools across Treaty 3 in combating poverty and the cost of food. We were looking at that. The morning classes in each school was gifted with a pizza party, and all donations went to local food banks to give back to the community. Where we're going, the future, the Women's Council is working toward developing a Nabe law, and will continue to work closely with the TPU in protecting the land and waters of Treaty 3. Moving forward with the Abnuchi and Okanagan, with the Women's Council continues to advocate and raise awareness on the inherent treaty rights of the Anishinaabe child and youth within the child care system. The development of a sacred women's law related to missing and murdered Indigenous women is the hope of the Women's Council, with monumental gardens in each of the urban centers for a place of healing for the families, survivors, and those that are impacted. We're also going to be working on gender-based and family violence initiatives. We're looking at developing modules on traditional parenting courses for families and the impact of violence on children. The Women's Council is continuing to expand the conversation related to Indigenous men and boys, focusing on men's anti-violence and healing initiatives. We've had food drives and events to assist the food banks across the territory, and we'll continue to do that through the Zagi de Win campaign and the Cruiser of Hope initiative. The second annual Chamber of Hope event was held, and this is a joint effort with the Treaty 3 Police Service and the Women's Council. The initiative was created to assist women and children to live a life free of violence. We also had a project called Hats On to Equality, a food donation drive throughout the schools across Treaty 3 in response to combating poverty. The winning class in each school with the most donations received a pizza parlor. A pizza. Presentations have been delivered to schools, organizations, and service providers on MMIWG and the victimization Indigenous people face. 23 presentations have been done since January. One of our biggest initiatives is the Red Ribbon Campaign, Zagidawin, and that's in response to the victimizations of Indigenous women, girls, youth across the territory. It's about their stance against violence towards Indigenous women and girls. Zagidawin, Red Ribbon. Me away. Thank you. Did I make it under 5 minutes?
Miigwech, ladies, for your 15-minute presentation. I think you used up the next 2 or 3 years of assemblies. All right, miigwech, Kagitu Ikweok, Women's Council, and George for assisting with the Manitou Akinakanigain and the laws. Miigwech. Our next presentation is from the Mizue Aniquat 2SL GBTQQIA plus Council.
Give me a second.
Bonjour, mwana tukwendego, makwa dutam nengash ndunji. My English name is Shayla Seymour. I'm from Big Island. Okay, and this is the first speaking engagement I've had as part of the council, and I'm a little nervous. Just wanted to get that out there. So I'm going to start with the PowerPoint. There are 4 members. 3 are pictured here. We have 2 representing Lac Seul and 1 from Couchiching and Big Island. Yeah. And oops. We're still in the early stages. We just got traditionally selected in November in Grassy Narrows at their the roundhouse, the new roundhouse there. And it was a very beautiful ceremony. So, as I said, we're just in the kind of developing. So, yeah. We were gifted 2 feathers, and they were meant to stay together. And it's important that there's different representation in the way we have, in the way we have been taught to think of ourselves and our traditions. Our way of being is very fluid. You know, all the items that are here and are present, I don't see them as being gendered, and that's how I see all of you as well. When I enter rooms like this, I choose to see you as your energy and your spirit and the type of things you bring to these spaces, not just what you're wearing or what you present as. So in June, I'm not sure if anyone or everyone knows here, but June is Pride Month. And with us being a new council, we are going to be very present in Treaty 3 in representing and taking up space and showing that we're here and we're not leaving. So that's coming up next month, which is going to be very exciting. I'm the West portfolio holder. I'll just speak about that a little bit. I have been going to school here at the University of Manitoba for a while, and I do have some education background in economics and business, but like as they were saying, that didn't resonate with me. You know, when I entered these classrooms or logged on to the Zoom meetings when the pandemic started, it was very hard and it felt very disconnected from who I am as Anishinaabe. So it was very amazing that the timing of realizing that the Two-Spirit Council was thought up. So for now, we're starting to build a presence online. You know, like I said, with the pandemic, a lot of limitations have been set in place for us, and it can be especially impactful for the Two-Spirit people that we know, that we're related to, whether they're open about it or not. So in Shoal Lake last year, Shoal Lake 39, they hosted a ceremony for our council, and we were named Mizia Anaquet, and it was a very beautiful ceremony, I was told, and that's when these feathers were gifted to the council. You know, these are not items that belong to me or anyone else in the Two-Spirit Council. These are the council itself that will be taken care of on our term here and continue on to the next council. Some of the things we hope to do are workshops, just to share knowledge and educate those who have been especially impacted by English thought processes, such as, you know, separation of siblings in residential school. You know, that runs very deep, and it's unfortunate that we have to undo that harm because it's so embedded. And yeah, some of that involves pronouns, and I'm not sure if everyone knows. It's just a way of kind of expressing how you want to be talked to or about in English. My pronouns are she, they. I present as female. I am a water carrier. But I am more than this body I have that I've been gifted. And that's why I would like to use the gifts that I have been given in a way that helps the future, and especially the youth, you know, with technology and that accessibility to more English. For the youth, they know who they are in that sense, you know, and it's causing more of a gap between Anishinaabe Mo and English. Because, you know, I've heard time and time again that our language is not gendered. You know, it's very contextual of, you know, who's there and what is there. It's not, you know, what is between your legs, essentially, as we have been taught through English and other ways. So with workshops and, you know, the education that needs to be given to our people, part of that is just representing and being there. I was just at the, I think it's Makusawin. I'm sorry, I'm not, yeah. So that, it was just happened in Onigami. It was girls and women's teachings. And although I am a water carrier and there is a spirit inside me that does identify as a woman, I had a very hard time feeling included. And some of that's just me, but I think a lot of it was just my lack of understanding the language, because the use of English was very exclusionary. And I know that's no fault of ours, as, you know, that's part of our history. So just being present and hopefully showing the youth that were there. At this gathering, there was minimal men, probably less than a handful. And there was no firekeeper. And eventually I ended up at the fire alone, and it just happened so authentically that I felt that that's where I belonged. And eventually throughout that day, there was a lot of youth that had come and visited the fire. And, you know, although I felt like I didn't have a place, you know, Shukte showed itself to me, and then the Abenujag, they came, you know, they're here, they're present, whether they understand who they are yet or not. You know, it's very important that representing there, just so they know they have a place, even if it's just one person. So, this occurred at a meeting here at Regent in February. We came up with some ideas to, I guess, educate, not just in school settings, but, you know, workshops or just honoring the stories that are present, that are pushed under the rug, you know. There's a lot of expression waiting to happen on behalf of Two-Spirit people in our territory, and they need our support to feel heard and to feel worthy of being in these spaces. And I think that just educating not only them as youth to know who they are becoming, but the elders, the adults, how youths can be accountable and responsible to being included in undoing the harm that has been caused, that, you know, our youth feel daily. So hopefully that over the next 4 years, there becomes more and more traction. Yeah, so there are very limited supports, especially in our communities. I know we all know someone who may identify as Two-Spirit or gay, lesbian, bisexual, you know, and more, just more ways of expressing themselves. there is a loneliness that a lot of us have, and we use that to bond with each other and create community. And we need your help. No, it's not just us that can do this and create these spaces for the future generations to come. And yeah, like, I can only speak for myself, but I do hope that my experiences and my knowledge that I've gained through colonial institutions, as well as I don't know what that is, as well as our lodges, our sacred items. You know, I hope that the idea of me being a vessel continues to support and uplift our people. And this last point on this page here, this council used to be called, I know it was introduced, it's just a mouthful, LGBTQ2S. And that 2S was at the very end of that acronym. And I had problems with that. Because, you know, I was looking at all of the community names on the walls, and there's no English at the beginning of those. Those are all us first. And that's why I thought it was especially important to move the 2S to the beginning of the acronym, because we've been here before those words were here. Yeah, this was the powwow, and there were some, I don't know why there's a great thing, but there were some social media campaigns, you know, International Transgender Day of Visibility, Grand Council Treaty 3 put it on their page, and, you know, sought help with the wordage, and it was very beautiful to see that there was no editing. You know, they asked us for our voices and to help, and they gave us that space to do it. And that's the kind of inclusivity that is necessary for us to thrive. Okay. That's the end of the presentation for that one, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about the presentation that was just offered from the Women's Council, and how there was a key thing that happened that I seen, that there was a disconnection from IRS to Aki and Nebe, and I wanted to add Anishinaabe because, you know, we can have our culture and our language, but that disconnect can still present itself in the ways we treat each other. And, you know, I know we've all felt that in different ways, but with two-spirited people, you know, it comes from not only IRS, but it comes from the way we've been taught to view gayness or lesbianism. You know, we was taught deep down that it's wrong, and that's inside of us to ourselves, not just from the community. And it's not always comfortable to be in spaces like this. And I just hope that there's effort put forth by all of the leaders here and the people, the adults, the kukums and mushums, to include the youth as well as your peers who you may have thought of negatively or been taught to think of negatively. Because I know there are two-spirit elders out there who are lonely too, you know, and it's not just for the youth that we are present here, it's for the ones who are lost due to being told that they need to be full of shame because of who they are. And it's hard, you know, it's not always easy to listen to people or to hear and hold space. And I appreciate you all for being very attentive. I see all your eyes looking at me right now. And when that doesn't, like when the attention is put somewhere else or it's disregarded, you know, we notice that when people turn away or when you talk over other people, you know, it's just more ways of silencing us. And, you know, this is the first council for Grand Council. I'm not sure how long Grand Council has been around, but I used to work there 10 years ago. So it's been a while, and there's been a lot of effort put forth. And, you know, I invite the other councils, the Men and Women's Council, to include us as well on your endeavors, you know, because there are two-spirited people who identify as men and as women. And to not be included in that is, it's painful. And it's yeah, you know, I don't want to stay in that space of victimization or exclusion. So, you know, I just wanted to invite you to include us, as well as any youth councils that may be part of your reserves, or if there's any way you want to bring any workshops or events for your youth or just your community, you know, I invite you to seek help from us. There's a lot of knowledge on our council as well as the others. Yeah, I think that's everything. Yeah. Miigwech, yeah.
How miigwech. I'm looking at Brian here if he wants to. Don't blame me. There's a challenge for the leadership and councils to please include the two LGBTQIAs in your discussions or presentations. So our next presenter, okay. Wagitsta.
Just want to say, the last presenter. I just want to, I guess, to inform the gathering that this is where the LGBTQ group became an agenda item for Grand Council Treaty Number 3. We were here, I don't know how many years ago that was, about 3-4 years ago. We had a chiefs and elder youth gathering here. And during the course of that discussion that day, I left the room to go to the washroom. And while I was walking towards the washroom, I saw a young person sobbing in one of those chairs out there. I stopped by. I asked if there was something I could do. You know, I didn't like seeing a young person sobbing like that. And so I stopped by and I talked to her. I sat down with the youth for probably about half an hour. And she confided in me that that she was gay, you know, and she's also told me that whenever I go to meetings, regardless, I'm part of the youth council and this and that, you know, but I feel so out of place. I don't belong anywhere. Growing up, I've been bullied and, you know, this and that and all that. And it hit me in the heart to see a young person like that feel that way. So I told her that Treaty 3 was based on the 4-directional model of governance, traditional governance, that we had four constituent councils that helped us with their advice, you know, moving forward. They give us direction here and there. And that's how we arrive at, you know, what we do at the Grand Council. So I told her, you know what, you know, because we talk as Treaty 3 is we're all inclusive, and inclusivity also includes, you know, that group LGBTQ. So I'll make sure that we create a constituent council made up of your group, you know, so you can feel part of the Grand Council. So that's where it all started. It was right here in this room and out in the hallway where I had that discussion with this young person. And then we did some, my team and I did some research. You know, we talked across Canada, see if there was any such council anywhere. What we found out was there was nobody has ever done that. So that's how it started. So we started. We took it to a chief's meeting. There, I got a resolution, the mandate to proceed with the group, and within a year, you know, we created that constituent council. You know, instead of the 4 constituent councils that we already had, we now have 5, including that group. And that's why we did it, you know, because we want to be all inclusive. We want to include everybody in our decision-making processes. And I really, really enjoy listening to what she had to say. I truly feel what she was saying, that she said we need your help. You know, we need to add our voice to whatever is happening. You know, they're very welcome, you know, to do that at any given time. So I'm very, very grateful that with the support of the chiefs leadership that we were able to do that. And we're the first group anywhere in Canada to have an LGBTQ constituent council, you know. And when Minister Haydu, well, I had a meeting with Minister Haydu in I think March the 3rd or 4th. And that's the first thing she talked about when we started our meeting was, Grand Chief, I want to tell you that we are very, very proud that Grand Council Treaty number 3 has done that. You are the only group in Canada that has that kind of a council. And we're going to do a documentary on that. And we hope that you will be a big part of that documentary, is what Minister Haydu told us. So with that, I just wanted to let you know that the group was born right here outside of the meeting room. So miigwech for taking a bit of your time, miigwech.
Our next presenter is Elder Fred Kelly. Brian. We're fortunate to have him here. I know originally he was going to join us virtually. Well, Elder Fred Kelly. Right. I took the batteries out of the microphone. Oh, it's found them.
Nekas, vision do tem, imiteo. Oetas keinin, gika goete ma chuvagit nigo isan. Ego chivinda mo nagok, kichige ego. Oesa. Oetas ma na itago oya. Kitas njigate go oesa maneto ki nakonige. Misa ma na sav, ejitago seg. Afshna get kove itatas njigate oesa maneto ki nakonige. Anishinaabe ze mineka mat ze inda Anishinaabe viksha mineka pepen vse magak oesa maneto ki nakonige inki kito. Mitas evan keva pilnzi kavan oesa vika gizovi nagok de vaga neto vika wachimen nemge o chinanaga toinda meg. It's an honor to be here again, standing in front of you beautiful people. It's good to be here. When you just recalled that I just turned 80, it's good to be anywhere, especially when you can stand and be able to talk a bit. We can spend hours and hours defining what we need to do about about Manitoba Key and Akonigay. As long as the Anishinaabe has been here, that's how long Manitoba Key and Akonigay has existed. It's only recently that we've regained our assertiveness to tell people and other people to share with them who we are, what we are. We are Anishinaabe. What does Anishinaabe mean? First of all, it flows from these 4 sacred ladies that look after the water. The rivers of the sky. Give you a novel, the rainwater, the rainmaker lady. The lady that looks after the fresh water of the lakes, the rivers, the streams, underground, aquifers, rapids, underground. That is the 3rd lady that looks after the water. The 4th lady is the lady that looks after the birth water from which we all come. And how does then that relate to Manitoba Key and Akonigay? The words that we use in the English language, that's where we seem to have gotten lost in our own ways. Manito, spiritual, is spirit. Okay? Is the earth, that's spiritual. Inakonegeen is the way of life, the life ways of our people, as passed on to us by the Creator through our ancestors. And the way they've passed us on to us. In the way of Kagagiwe Nakonegeen, which is eternal law, and why we call it sacred law in the English language. And the third order, or the second order that comes from sacred law then is Kete Nakonegeen, which is the traditional law, the ancestral law of our people. And the third order that flows from there is Anishinaabe Nakonegeen, which is the life ways, how we use all these sacred gifts. The fourth order is the way you speak about it or the way you write about it. But the way you write it and the way you speak it is not, in fact, the whole of the sacred law. It's only that part, it's an extension. And so you can write it, but you cannot write it spirit. You try, you'll never get it. So you have to live it. That is the intention of my message to you, my request to you to think about. It is time that we did this. Look around you. How many people are being displaced, being flooded out? Look at our brother, Chief Henderson, where he lives, and all the people that live. I look at all these lakes, the rivers. We are water. "75% at least, on average, is what constitutes the women in terms of water. And roughly around that same percentage, you are water. I need to have a glass of water. I need to drink water. You're talking water. You're talking water. Ni coffee minekwe. Drinking water. You're talking water. I gotta go to the bathroom. You're talking water. You're all water for the large part. And so why do I mention that? You cannot separate yourself from water, and water is life. So, Manetu, Aki, on this beautiful land in which we were planted. And here is the part that I want to pass on to you. The sanctity, the sanctified meaning of water. And you can sit and define and talk about it as long as you want. But unless you feel that you are that water, unless you feel that you are the earth, then you'll keep talking about it. Well, until you actually feel that you are part of that, that's when you will start to live it. That you are this land, that you are this water. You're not just about water, you are. If I raise my voice, my dear friends, it's not because I'm angry. I use my voice raised for emphasis, something that we need to clearly understand. And believe me, it's not hard to know. You see, the way we work in our traditional ways, in our belief systems, Who is this being, this entity, whatever we wish to call it? We'll define it in many terms. We will call that being God. We will call it spirit. We will call it by whatever names it means to you to have to know that there's something where we all come from. English language refers to this as God. Other languages refer to it as by their own ways. And I'm not here to lecture to you or to give you any kind of effort to convert you. You know who you are. That's what I'm talking about, is you, the person, the individual, the spirit. I'm talking about you with the mental capacities, with the physical being, with the emotional capacities, and that spiritual part of you and the emotional part of you, those four elements. That is who we are. Where does that come from? Unfortunately, sometimes we get lost when we sink ourselves into other people's way of thinking through a language. And so we look at books, we go to school, and there's nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong with that. But the orientation has to be correct. Otherwise, we're talking about cultural appropriateness rather than cultural correctness. And so, the cultural correctness is the spiritual correctness. Anishinaabe. Nave is male. Anisha means nothing, for nothing. That's the male in our language, Anishinaabe. So we don't talk about the women in that one word. And many times we have been accused, like anybody else, as men. We are chauvinistic. We don't treat our women correctly. And that may be true, but I'm not here to talk to you about the dichotomies or the adjudication of what's right and wrong. I'm talking to you about the nature of our way of thinking as Anishinaabe. Anisha, Nave, male of no value. We know that the Creator doesn't make anything of no value, but we do know, and our people have thought, the men, these four ladies that I mentioned, and their responsibilities. There was a time when the man considered the man extremely and of utmost sanctified manner. Somehow we've forgotten that. And so, if you look at why we don't talk about why we don't mention the woman in that one word, Anishinaabe, it's because to mention a woman in the same context as of no value would be to denigrate her sanctity. So we don't use it. We say Anishinaabe. From time to time, we say Anishinaabe Kwe. But that is the suffix. Why do I mention these things to you? Because it's to remind you the background as to why I am suggesting. And it's there for you. All we got to do is recognize it. And that's the way it's been all this time. For you see, when Turtle Island was made a long time ago, we have approached a time when there is another flood approaching. And I'm not here to scare anybody. I'm here to remind you that life, since the beginning of time, has been running on patterns and cycles. When Nanavojo was placed on Turtle Island again, He was placed on this island after a flood. And I won't go into the long story of that flood, but it's got spiritual lessons that we have forgotten. Because if you go to the history books of Turtle Island, you'll call it North America. No, it's not North America. It's north of what was known as the name after some Spanish explorer named Amerigo. No, it isn't that either. It's a man that discovered Turtle Island, an Italian by the name of Columbus. And so it became America. No. The English people came along and they discovered that they called this place Kanata, a Mohawk word, which means village to them. And that's the one that they used. So we are in Canada. No, we're not in Canada. We're in Ontario, a province of Canada. That is not of our making, but it is part of Canada and called Ontario, the mispronounced version of another Mohawk word, which means beautiful waters. We're getting a little closer. Sagaeganan. You look at the 5 Great Lakes. Well, I'll tell you, look beyond 5 Great Lakes. Because I'll tell you, when that flood had taken place, historically, this Turtle Island was flooded after that Nanavujo. And it formed a great lake and was known as Kichimakwa Saga Egan, the original Great Bear Lake. How do we know this? How do our people know this? You won't find this in the history books. You're going to find it in your sacred stories. So if we want to know something about the history of our own people, let's get busy. But you won't find it, or you won't find it in translated history books, because the history books are versions of our people's original stories were translated into English, and that they could not get the words right, and that became it. So you get your degrees on the basis of a certain discipline on which you conform to what the exacting discipline exists. And then you get your degrees. So they have the authority. When I say they, the educational systems have the authority to tell you, you are right or you are wrong. Even if you're an Anishinaabe and you're wrong, they'll tell you you are wrong. Until they tell you you are right, then you get your thing. Then you have the authority to speak with authority. You know what? I don't have any authority within the academic world. To them, I am nothing. I'm just a quaint old man that seems to have a good imagination. That's about it. But I can tell you that the knowledge that I'm talking to you about in history has been passed on to me by generations and generations of elders who started raising me when I was 3 years old to tell me about these things in my language. And so, I'll ask you a few things over here just as a point of interest. Did you know that in science, and I'm not a scientist, but did you know that the sturgeon is very closely related to the shark? In fact, it is a shark. Sturgeon. Well, it's not a sturgeon. It's name. What do you call a whale? Mishiname. In that time of archaic languages, you say mishi to describe something that is huge, something that is big. Mishiname. And that now translates to the whale. So you can see the lineage of our people, the way they explain these things. Those are the histories. You will not find them, I'm telling you, you'll not find them in history books. You have to take those history books and see what they were referring to and see and validate that knowledge against the traditional knowledge of our peoples. And you have them in your own communities. I refer you to them, but I'm referring you to something over here. So where we were planted. Where did the word plant come from? Oops. The word plant comes from something that you put in the soil. Go back to 1873 when our negotiators were talking about the treaty. And the words they used were these. I will tell you, they told the commissioner. I will tell you what the Creator told us when he planted us here on this land. He gave us laws, he gave us rules that we should follow to live appropriately, to live correctly. Means he gave us laws. He planted us here. When you plant something into the ground, what does that mean? That means you water it and it grows. And so on it grows. But it is part of the earth because the earth is what's feeding its nutrients. So that it grows into a tree and grows into something that is useful to us. If you are planted on this land, you belong to this land. And so now the Canadians, the law was introduced that says, you have surrendered this land, and so it's ours. Well, let me tell you something about a sandwich over here. A sandwich was made in the 11th century by the Earl of Sandwich, who called to his butler and said, look, I'm hungry. You get me a slice of bread or something like that, and then put some meat into there. And he said, and then he gave, that was his lunch. That became the sandwich. That's history books. The real history book about this, I'll tell you, is a very different version. It was my great-grandfather when he met the treaty commissioner. Didn't quite believe what he was saying. Took a couple pieces of bannock and he slapped them around on each side of the head, and that was the birth of the bologna sandwich. You take that as a history book, write your PhD on it. I'll give you a mark for it, and I'll give you your doctorate. Now look, the reason why I say that is that you belong. The law of Canada is not equipped to deal with what I'm talking about. To them, there are two basic ways of owning land. One, which is a fee simple. You pay for a piece of land and it's yours, they give you a deed. It's yours by fee simple. Or if you can't own it, then somebody is placed in trust for it. Our lands in 1888 by St. Catherine's Building case, which happened in Treaty 3, what became Treaty 3, happened here, where the province of Ontario took Canada to court and challenged them all the way to the highest court of the land and won that. This is supposed to be our fiduciary, it's supposed to be our trust. And they lost all the way. And that's how, if you ever wondered how Ontario and the provinces came to own your land, it's because Canada lost the cases all the way. They never asked our people. They never consulted any one of us. We weren't even notified that this case was going on. And the Privy Council in Great Britain ruled it is true. The provinces, province of Ontario, or at that time what they call Upper Canada, they own the land and resources. And that is a factual. Is there any such a thing, those of you who have the legal minds, is there such a thing as legal theft? There's one. That means the lands and resources belong to the provinces. 1934 Land Transfer Act in BC and the Western provinces also transferred all those lands and resources to the provinces. And so when we hear my good brother George Cagway talk about, that's what he's talking about. So if that's what happened, and if I'm telling you that you belong to that land, is it legal that if you belong to that land, as like the tree, like the flower, like the rocks, like anything on there, is it legal? Is it possible for you to belong to the province all of a sudden? Province doesn't own you. Anybody who tells you that the province owns you, tell them to come and see me, and I'll turn around and I'll show the mistletoe of my back buckled, and I'll tell them, go ahead and do what you got to do. So you see the point I'm getting at. So what then, the point I'm making after all these words that I'm shouting at you, not in anger, but for emphasis, is to tell you and remind you, once and for all, I hope, that you belong to the land. You are the land, and you are spiritual because it is the Creator's land, Maneto Takim. And that's why I'm proposing to you that this process shall start now, if you will. And I speak to the National Assembly, who would sanction the chiefs in assembly to begin the process of starting to call and transfer the name of what do we refer to as Treaty 3 territory, English words, which have different meaning in the Canadian Constitution. It's time our laws start, and they have to start with our land and who we are. We'll now go forward. I propose to you, Zanigo, Manito aki, Tejnikate. Manito aki, Tejnikate. Manito aki, Tejnikate, Oesa, Agije, Watakinigo Zing, Katinata Zing, Manito aki. And you can see that if you look inside yourself, who you are, what you are, that you belong to this land. It seems to me that you no longer have to seek other books and legal opinions as to what, or anthropologists or archaeologists to come and tell you, what do you mean by you have a special relationship to the land? Your special relationship with the land is just like your mother. You belong to your mother. You belong to the land. And that is the spirit, seems to me, what Manitoa Key Knocking Again is all about. Okay, so I want to mention that to you. Second thing I want to mention to you is the dissipation and the dissipation that took place of our way of thinking when they wanted to kill the Indian and the child through the residential school system. Those of you who are athletically minded and follow sports, you'll know that one of the biggest and the most famous athletes on Turtle Island was Jim Thorpe in the United States. He attended a school in Pennsylvania. It was a boarding school. And that became the model for the residential school system. Ryerson, Davenport, other people that went down there to study came back with glowing reports. And they said, the Americans have found the final solution to the Indian problem. They call it the boarding schools. And that became the model that they accepted to kill the Indian in the child, do away with the people, get them out of the way. And that is the beginning of the Indian residential school legacy. And last fall, I was asked by my good friend, the Ontario Regional Chief, Glenn Hare, to help the other elders in Ontario where they had convinced. And let's give Glenn Hare and those people there who started the process a round of applause for starting that particular process where the records had to be transferred of the residential schools that were in Ontario to be transferred back to our people, now kept in trust at the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Let's give them a round of applause. Miigwech, Glenn. I know Glenn will be talking to you tomorrow. But I helped out on that process, and they asked me if I would lead on some ceremonial protocols. One of the things that happened there was a good friend of mine from Vachewana, Elder Harvey Bell. So he volunteered. I'll go light a fire as long as you want me to do that on the American side of Sault Ste. Marie. And I thought that was so appropriate because that's where the residential school system came from, was the American side. And so he did light that fire and kept going there for 4 days until we actually did the ceremony here in Winnipeg, where the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation Commission is located. And all those files were transferred. And what's important about that is because until your records have been returned to you, they are still incarcerated, just like they were in the residential school system. All these are incremental steps towards the freedom that we have been looking for. And as a result of that as well, and following that particular process, I was invited by the executive of the Assembly of First Nations to advise them on their trip to Vatican to go visit with the Pope. The first trip was supposed to take place before Christmas, but because of COVID, it was postponed till the end of March. We left on March 26th. We came back. The visits with the Pope were done on April the 31st, or the last day in April. Throughout all that, my role was to advise, not to be the spokesperson. I never assumed that, but I had my chances to speak what I had to say. And you see, some of the things I said there. I don't know if you have those documents in front of you. 3 documents there in front of you. One of them is was the prayer that I said when I was asked. And the list, if you don't have that document in front of you, I asked for 3 documents to be circulated. There were 18 residential schools that we know of in the province of Ontario. They're listed here, including the 5 residential schools that were in the Treaty 3 territory. Treaty 3 territory, everybody wants to say that the most significant part of their areas was the residential schools. Well, whatever claim to notoriety there might be, Treaty 3 had at least 5. And I was talking to my good friend over there again, who tells me that May 26th, I think they're having to get together at Pelican. And there are people of you who are researching some of the grounds looking for unmarked graves or those marked graves. I won't talk myself into a frenzy over here, but imagine this from a personal point of view. And you have your own horrendous stories. When I was in residential school and I was 10 years old and my grandmother passed away. She died of cancer. And they buried her in the cemetery behind St. Mary's. And did you know that they did not bury pagans in consecrated cemeteries? My father died, was hit by a drunk driver. I was 5 years old. And he's buried, assuming that he was Catholic. He was not. But they buried him within Catholic grounds. But they couldn't bury my grandmother within those because she was a pagan. They buried her next to my father, but outside of those consecrated grounds. You imagine that? Discrimination even after you're dead. Well, that's a little side story here, but give you an indication of some of the things that happen. So there's Pelican, many, many nice people. They are our brothers. Vishigokaning, the land of the lynx, my clan. There's McIntosh in Quaiville, close to Vermilion Bay. Cecilia Jeffers School had been transferred from Shoal Lake to Kenora. St. Anthony's had been transferred from Saviscon, my community, to Kenora. And there was St. Margaret's, 1904, in Fort Francis, Coochie. And when we did that ceremony, I was really, really happy that the chief, Brian Perot, was the one that came to represent Treaty 3's residential schools in the return of those files. Brian Chimiwich. And he did so because Francis Ogishita could not make it. And so he asked Brian, and Brian came. Chimiwich, Francis, for your considerations. So those are the things that have happened over here as a result of that. And then, of course, there was Sagin. And I want to tell you that Sagin, the impetus for this residential school history that has been made started in Sagin through the person of Phil Fontaine. And I was with him when this started. And we negotiated Statement of Reconciliation 1998 that was issued by Jane Stewart. And then we stopped there. We kept going until the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, the largest of its kind in Canada. Some of you received your common experience payment. Some of you may have received your additional funds that were due from that. And out of that came also the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Huge, huge results. When Phil and I started talking about these things, and we didn't know really where these things were going to go and how big they were going to be. We knew they were going to be big, but we just didn't know how big. Today, we hear news that New Zealand is starting its own processes. Australia is starting its own processes. And lately, the first Secretary of State, the first Secretary of the Interior in the United States Cabinet, Secretary Holland, Anishinaabe Kwe, is starting her own inquiries into the boarding schools tragedies. So you see how big it was. And that started, again, telling you, within the boundaries of what we now know as Treaty 3. So your people are innovative, but they're not out there pounding their chests. See, here's what we're doing with all these great things. These are issues of justice and fairness. What we might refer to as reconciliation. That's what's happening. Now we start to talk about Manitoki Nakanagain as another process of reconciliation. My friends, my brothers, I'm proud to be a citizen of the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 without having to go out there bragging. We live what we talk about. That's why I'm suggesting to you as well that the Manitoki Nakanagain and Manitoki now be the name of our tour, because more than talking about it, we live it. We may be slow at it, but we live it. I'm asking you to give yourself a round of applause for this, because you ought to be proud of yourself. And may you keep going. And so, those are the things I wanted to mention to you. The Manitoki Nakanagain and the law and the residential schools. And also, look at these documents over here. I included 3 documents. One of them is the apology from the Pope. I want to mention to you the Pope and the apology and the prayer that I said. The prayer I said to him, very briefly, let me read it for you. Bonjour, Nietzsche. Greetings, my brother. Anishinaabe. Anishinaabe. I'm Kind Walking Bear. I'm of the Lynx clan. I'm in Medewin. I am Anishinaabe. Your Holiness, by the way, I want you not to be offended. I refused to call, just as a personal matter, it's a matter of principle for me. Everybody called him the Holy Father. I have one Holy Father, and he's buried in the consecrated grounds. That's my Father, but my real Holy Father is the Creator. So it's a matter of semantics, matter of sentiment, but it's personal. Your Holiness, we have flown a great distance over the same waters that the early explorers from these lands sailed to reach our people on the beautiful shores of Turtle Island, whence you also came, my brother. We are deeply grateful that you have received our delegation of elders, the keepers of the wisdom of the ages, from the rich diversity of individual lifeways, indigenous lifeways, languages, and spiritualities that the Great Spirit blessed us with through our beloved ancestors. And I'm here in support of the leaders of the Assembly of First Nations, dedicated people who are respected, not only because they are leaders, but because they are respected. Believing there's only one God, only one Great Spirit, and knowing that there are many paths to the one God, I ask Your Holiness to join me in prayer in memory of all residential school students who are now in the spirit world. As the incense of the 4 sacred plants, sage, sweetgrass, cedar, and tobacco, the tobacco leaf, in the natural state rises from the sacred calumet. So may our invocation humbly ascend to the Great Spirit. Here unfolds the vision, wherein the spirit of the eagle that protects our lands and our people joins in flight the Holy Spirit that descended upon your church like a dove. As the sacred winged ones fly above in unity, may we walk the path of truth towards reconciliation in all its meanings, guided by the 7 laws of creation: love, kindness, sharing, respect, truth, courage, and humility. May the Great Spirit then grant our people the peace and comfort to heal from the pain and anguish inflicted on past and present generations by the trauma of our experience in your residential schools. And we implore divine will that our children and future generations never have to suffer such acts that would seek total eradication of their indigenous identity as we have endured. Dear God, guide us as we walk together in action towards healing and reconciliation. For it is time to act. Great Spirit, bless us. I enunciated all those 7 laws of creation because that's what we refer to in the different language, in the different parts of the English language. Our elders always taught us. And so those are my wanted to share with you. And the Pope did apologize, and that apologize word for word is in this document as well as I'm sharing with you. And I received another piece of information just a couple of days ago, a letter that came forward to announce that the Pope is in fact coming on July 24th to July 29th to visit. He's going to be coming to Edmonton, to Nunavut or Iqaluit, and also Quebec. There's some difficulty in trying to address the fact that he is only going to visit these 3 places. Being compassionate people, I would think that you people understand. The man is 84 years old. He's frail. Pope. So he's got sciatica, which is the back and the legs are affected. He's now wheelchair bound, and he has some other complications in terms of his health, and so he's. But the other thing that he did, I want to share that with you in the apology. As a spiritual advisor, my words to the leadership was, when he apologizes, was I sure he was going to apologize? I was sure he had to apologize. I was sure that he would apologize. But here's what happened. And this vision came to me at that encounter with the Pope. I gave him a pair of moccasins that came from Chairman Don, his mother, Nancy, made a pair of moccasins, beaded moccasins that I gave him. You know, those of you that know how to sew, or those of you know, we use floral designs on our moccasins, and all of our designs is beads. Those flowers represent stars in the sky that when you are dreaming and you are wandering in the Milky Way, stars look like flowers as you walk. And so you have to walk softly, that you're not hurting anything, respectfully. And yet you are walking. So I gave him those moccasins and told him to walk with us. And he accepted those moccasins. I also gave him, at the last part when I approached him with the pipe, Wafshkigi Nil, Vision Hikazo, Wings the Wind. That came from tree to tree, our people, our ways. Wafshkigi Nil, the white eagle that now flies with the white dove of Christianity, particularly the Catholic Church. As they fly together, may we also walk together. I also told him, when we do name fasting ceremonies, we always have a feast. I said, Your Holiness, a feast awaits you in Turtle Island, back to your own island. My way of subtly inviting him to come back to Turtle Island and meet with our people. How that's really going to work out, that'll be up to them, because it's not really up to the Pope. One thing we found out, and one thing I found out, is that what happens in Canada with the Pope is controlled by the Catholic bishops, the Conference of Catholic Bishops. They're the ones that control that. So where he's going to wind up and how and this is going to happen, I can tell you this much. We were only allocated 1 hour to meet with the Pope. The Inuit met with him for 1 hour. The Métis met with him for 1 hour. First Nations were supposed to meet with him for 1 hour. Ours lasted for 2 hours. Because at one point, the Archbishop Smith, who was in charge of the whole thing, raised his hand to the timekeeper, raised his hand for that was over. Phil Fontaine raised his hand because a lady, a Haudenosaunee lady, a Mohawk lady, in their ways, gave him a cradle board. And I can't speak for its true sacred significance, but what it means is this to me. Gave him a cradle board, but I will have to have that. I'll have to have that. You must return it tomorrow. And the following day at the General Assembly, the Pope brought it back. What does that mean? It means this. This cradle board in the spirit of children, we are giving you to keep, but we want them back. You have returned it the following day. That's the significance. That reminds me of Chief Sagachiwe, who said, the time will come when we will lend you one of our children, one of our boys, and one of our daughters. For you teach them that which is good, and they will teach us what you have taught them. And you will lend us one of your children and one of your daughters, and we will teach them that which is good, and they will return to you to share. That was the spirit of education as being shared with the alien people from across the pond. And that's what I'm talking about in education. Why our own educational system, our laws and everything else has to be equal in terms of harmony. Also what the Manitoki is talking about. So if I have spent any more time than I should have spent here talking to you, you will see how important it was that what I tried to do in Rome. And I thank the AFN for having done that and giving us, again, calling upon Treaty 3 people and our traditions to be represented properly. So this is the message I want to give you. Manitoaki, and the ceremonies should start if you agree, and the chiefs will we'll move along with that. If you need a resolution, that resolution will be in Anishinaabe 1. And if you want us to work on that thing, there's some people over here I can work with. It's going to be very simple. It's going to be that. Manetote nandam oesa chishnikate oe. Words to this effect. Manetoke manotesh nikate oegita kimidan. It's going to be that simple. It's going to be not going to be translated. It's going to be in Anishinaabe, but you'll know what it means. How will you know? Not by reading it and not by studying it, but by feeling it, starting to live it. That's the way our people are. We don't talk about laws. We don't talk about them. We don't study them. We live them as our people have done from time immemorial. It's time we resume that way of life. Miigwech.
We have been advised to take a 10-minute break. I know we've all been sitting here for 2.5 hours. Miigwech, Brian. So let's give another round of applause for our historian, our elder, Fred Kelly. 10-minute break, and we'll have our men's council do their presentation. Miigwech. Mavoy Uichi Wabit Ninyuk Men's Council. Can you come up? Men's Council. We will also be doing a door prize, I guess, or a booth prize after the Men's Council. If you visited one of the booths out there, I believe it's the health booth. They have 2 prizes to give out. So if you were given a red ticket, we'll do a draw after the Men's Council's presentation. And I'll take 2 tickets from the box here, and please have your tickets ready. After the Men's Council's presentation, Men's Council. I'm not sure where they want to sit. Do they want to sit here or? Oh, well, presentation. Me. Oh, you got Andrew and Napsh.
This is how you make a code to the next one. This button right here.
Slide?
For the slide.
Yeah. I don't know. Check. Oh, bonjour. Margaret. You got Bundesnikas, Mashkojan do Tem. Show like 40 in the Jujubigas. My English name is Daryl Red Sky. I'm Show like 40 from the Elk Clan. I just wanted to acknowledge the sacred items here too as well before we begin. The drums, the pipes, tobacco, the staffs, the elders, the helpers that are here, the chiefs, the women, the youth, everybody that's in attendance at our National Assembly. I just want to say how grateful it is to be back, to see everybody again, to be in a circle once again. You realize that we are just basically a newly formed council. We are like halfway through our term. Again, we realize that the COVID did take a lot of time away from work that was to be done. We were separated from distances being from the 4 directions. So with that, I think I'll just update the assembly on the stuff that I've been doing since we got hit with COVID and being unable to attend any. I've been unable to attend any Zoom meetings or any of the social media meetings that were called for because, again, like I said, I was taken away. Kyoto going my get to washing away Yakuzion, Katishinjigate Pane. Gandomigo, my kitane magana na ane kumaga ya at Manitoba. Chibu so ko we genin my chinigan shkaman oe on a kiwen maga kai mat kamegizat or kiba we so kage at marshkonigan nassen. We akuzin ga yipin the gashkamak. Kage paneto at kewe not chimio at or ton kit. Kain and kin was sagonagi kewinoa. Meta shmagani and napskagi young over skinen is quilga matching it to chanakiat. Me era pa na kamigizian me go makuzi me keep me amaga me maga den dian kiwit no ngi ketang Northern Manitoba reserves. Good chigo 13 communities mangi pa banaki me go ma kya being inga kando me go on. Igan naga na nimchina. Ginaga tan so genin oendan. Ma gibi so ko kitane amaga nanak. Just before COVID hit, we had one of our last meetings on the state side there just to go over our strategic plans as what the Men's Council was going to do. And we had all these visions laid out for us moving forward and what we're going to do and how we're going to work for our nation and carry on moving forward and what we're going to do. And then we got hit with the sickness. So that stalled any of the work that I guess that was supposed to have been done by the Men's Council. So during that time, when that happened, I was at home, and then I got a call from our relatives, our friends on the Manitoba side, to come and assist them during COVID, to come and help with all the communities that were struck hard in northern Manitoba. So I spent over 300 days here assisting the communities in Manitoba, our relatives, and our friend here, Derek, is one of the communities that I was at. The responsibility and the role that we carry as men are as teachers, providers, and protectors, within our territory. And I was unaware of what kind of assembly the theme was going to be this time around, and I was kind of glad to see what the theme was, building alliances and relationships, because I feel that is one of the things that I was drawn to come and do and participate and be an ambassador for Treaty 3 to help our relatives here in Manitoba that were going through all the stuff that COVID brings to a community, and we all know what they are. And so during that whole time, this thing was happening, and while we were all isolating and working remotely, I left my community, I left my home, and I went up and I came into Manitoba to help all these communities, to help their struggle and fight with COVID. It was a really exciting opportunity. I learned a lot about our relatives here, the stuff that they're doing, the things that they go through, the struggles, the strength that they have, the resilience that they have to dealing with issues, and weren't afraid to ask for help, because there was always a group that could respond. I was asked to come here by the First Nations Community Response Corporation, and that's who I was working with for, I guess, over a year. I'd been asked to come to help assist the communities here by this organization, to help lead the teams into the communities that were suffering or struggling with the issues. During that whole time, I had caught COVID 4 times. I got sick 4 times. That's the risk that I took, the nature of the business. And so that in a nutshell is just basically, I guess, because there really wasn't much activity on my end in terms of sitting down and doing technical work or meetings and stuff like that. I just carried on with my work, my life's work, and continued to do what I guess what I was put here for, what my walk on earth is. So carried out my duties and responsibilities. So I mean, that is one of the things that I think that we all need to realize and remember what each and every one of us as individuals are, what our purpose on earth is here, our earth walk, why the Creator put us here. And I'm very proud to say that I am a proud citizen of Manitoba Cape Grand Council Treaty 3 when I'm out here representing our territory. I feel very proud of that because, like I said, you, the people, the nation, the assembly has been leading in so many fronts. You know, in my time out, I hear so many things about what our nation has been doing and what kind of work that it's carried out and the fronts that it's leading on. You know, it makes me feel proud knowing that people are out there saying things like this about our territory, about our leadership, about our nation. So it always makes me feel good to come back home and you know, to be part of this again. Again, like I said, I'm very grateful to be here again, to be at the National Assembly. Proud of the fact that you know, that we still continue to walk this way and talk this way. Our young people. So I just before I hand it over to my colleagues here, I just wanted to say that there were a few things that we drafted up quickly here on the big walls on the board. So I mean, I think I have the control here. Hang on. So Mama Wich Gabo Etoa Ininiwag is the Men's Council. So about the Men's Council, the Mama Wichigabo Etoa Ininiwag within the Anishinaabe Nation of Treaty 3 represents the needs and aspirations of the Anishinaabe men in the territory. So the Men's Council represented are Andrew Johnson from Seine River, myself from Shoal Lake 40, Nathaniel Counselor from the Ketchwanin, and Bill Pettiquan from Wabascang, the 4 Men's Council. The scope is to develop a program concept that Treaty 3 First Nations can utilize in the community to support men's healing. This target audience would be men that batter women, but it will also seek to build community. During the COVID pandemic, identified a need for youth to have a strong identity, linked to culture and teachings, suggestions for youth to have access to a teaching lodge. Previous work in the health area was limited because of COVID. The status in the fall of 2021, Narratives Incorporated was contracted to do an initial engagement and scoping review of the existing anti-violence programming for men. This report has been saved in user share under the violence folder. A task force of Treaty 3 police and community partners is now looking at these programs and seeking to identify a model that should be used to move forward. This project has stalled in seeking a contractor to move this project forward. And so you have a list of names here of everybody that's involved in the task force. And we got over, yeah, there's quite a few on there. A teaching lodge. As men, all of us in here, we are charged with the responsibility of being the teachers and providers and protectors of our families, of our communities, and our nation. And we talk about protecting our culture, we talk about protecting our teachings, we talked about protecting our lands, we talked about protecting our rights. And I think it's time now because the language is right, the timing is right now for us as a nation to reach out to everybody, also to our young people, our young men, because a lot of our young men are lost. You know, they end up either in there's all kinds of systems out there that I heard somebody say that we're a renewable resource. And so a lot of our young men fall into any category out there, whether it's in the penitentiary or the child welfare. I mean, all those things. And they come out seeking identity. They want to know who they are. And I feel very proud to know that we also have a very proud, rich history of our warriors in the past that fought for us to be where we are standing today. Because without the courage and the strength of those past warriors in the past, we wouldn't be here today. And in order to honor that, and I think we have to reawaken the warrior spirit in every one of us, especially our young men, so that they could be the protectors, the providers, and the teachers for the future for our families. And the only way that I can see us doing that as a nation or as individuals, as communities, is by bringing back those lodges. I started talking to some men back home to bring them, for lack of a better word, a warrior teaching lodge, so that we can start bringing in young men talk about rites of passages and talk about the roles and responsibilities that we have to carry moving forward, our young men. Most of you know me. I've been at this for a long time. You know, we're all getting a little more grays in our hair. You know, we're all starting to get a little slower getting up, moving. You know, I feel it's a sense of duty and responsibility now to transfer all the skills and knowledge to the younger generation so that they can bring forward these issues and start protecting if we have to protect what we have left. And it must be done. You know, like I said, the language, the timing, everything is right. There is a lot of things that need protection within our people, our families, and our rights and our lands. So I think that is one of the things that I was going to suggest to the Men's Council, that we look at bringing those types of lodges into our communities and start sharing those kinds of teachings. You know, with the men in our group, we have over hundreds of years of skills and knowledge that we can transfer, including in this room here. There's a lot of knowledge that we could tap into to share with our young people and make them proud of who they are, to move away from gangs, to move away from drugs and alcohol, to bring them back as to who they are, to be proud, so that they could be proud men, proud young men of who they are. That is what I am going to be working on moving forward from the assembly here. You know, I'm back home now. My work is done here. So now I can concentrate on the stuff that we need to concentrate on for our nation, our young men, and helping the women, the youth, all the other councils working together to work together on these ideas that were talked about that are brought forward. I would be more than happy to sit with all the other 4 councils that are here now, and we'll sit down and work with them and see how we can move forward, working things out in a better way for our young people. So me ato gani mini ke kitan o chano gani no zamaje ganesh yi no ma kitam and o gina kamizing. Chano gani na ta mange pa chba ya gani no chba jena matabian. Ni saga bit mage gani bangi o ga na daman o ani ke ge jna ok we ni gan shkaing we gan Anishinaabe me go o api kai na chmoing sa go kai je bak mi gach.
Hello. Buju sagate ash indigo, Buju and Dutem, Nakachanang Indoji. My name is Nathaniel Counselor, and I represent the South Direction. I just wanted to give a brief little update on what we had shared with the narratives. And so we've had 2 meetings now over Zoom with Treaty 3 Police Service and a number of different partners. And right now we are in the works of reaching out to any programs and seeing how they operate and their success rate for anti-violence, violence against women. So we are in that process right now. And I mean, there is partner assault response. That's usually a program that, you know, batterers are required to go to after they are charged with assault. So we are looking at how we can create our own for Treaty 3, Indigenous based, like Daryl had mentioned, was, you know, we're thinking of like a camp. So Treaty 3 and the partners, Treaty 3 is going to go ahead, Treaty 3 Police. They want to start implementing murals in their cells as a sign of encouragement that, you know, for the men to know that they're not alone. They want to start with pamphlets and hand out brochures, or have a list of resources that they can contact while they're in the drunk tank. So such as counseling. We had consulted with Ed Yerksa. He runs a program out of Wichitawin and Devlin. And his program is called the Family Healing Program. So it really goes in depth with intergenerational trauma. I am a graduate from that. I took that a few times to learn what I needed in my life to get back on the right track. So that's as far as we are with that right now on the updates. So I just wanted to extend that olive branch to the 2S LGB. I don't know what the rest of it's so long, but yeah, like it's, I think it's, it's very important for us to collaborate with one another and be fully inclusive, because, you know, that's part of that respect, right, that we're promoting, and we want to have that open those doors for the Women's Council. We've done work with them with MMIW and water, the Nabe. So I just want to have that open if, you know, if you need us or we need help as well, right? So Miigwech, I think Bill has another update on the health.
Bonjour, Nabi Tangdish Nikaskis Humansindo Dam, Chief Pediquin from Wabaskang. And I've been on the men's council when we first started, and I went to the meeting to take somebody to try out for the men's council. I ended up being the council. So anyway, it started out really good when we first started, and I contacted some doctors and retired doctors, and I'm doing prostate cancer. And we put posters in different communities, well, all 28 communities. And the sad part about it is a lot of our people don't understand what prostate cancer is and how it can be stopped, and it's hereditary. So it goes from grandfather to the son and the little guys, and it just keeps going, and it won't, unless something's done about it. But if you can get the jump on it, you can stop it so it doesn't go any further. So it's very important that people start to understand cancer in general. And this is one of the important things, is to notice what, if there are any kind of symptoms that you're having that can be avoided and stopped before they carry on. And the thing about it is, what I noticed when I went to these communities, the elders didn't know what I was doing or what I was talking about. And I explained it to them in the Ojibwe, and they understood what I was saying. And so the problem is, a lot of times they're not educated to know. As soon as you say cancer, a lot of people think somebody's going to pull out a big knife, and it scares people off, and they don't understand that there's help. And there's a way of doing things and healing our people. So what was going to happen was, I talked to Thunder Bay, where that bus goes around. We were going to do our communities, like they have 7 each. There's 28 communities. So we're supposed to go with the bus and explain to these elders and these educate them that it's not what they think it is, that when that bus rolls in, that they should be going to it instead of not wanting to go, and they're afraid that they're going to be hauled off to town because they're sick. And so I corresponded with that team in Thunder Bay, and I've had them in our community doing presentations, and a lot of our people understood what they were saying. And the elders, we just had to explain in native language what they were doing. So they wanted more of what these people had. So that's what we need to do with other communities. We need to explain to our elders that there is help, instead of them just going to the point where they can't be helped anymore. And we're losing our people because of lack of education on cancer. So in June, that bus is coming to our community. It's going to be circulating around Treaty 3 territory. So now with the COVID gone, I think we'll have a better chance in starting to keep this going, because we have to keep that. We got to educate our people. It's very, very important, especially our elders. I keep saying elders because we don't want to lose any more elders. And lately, I just noticed that we're losing a lot of elders. We're losing a lot of knowledge. And it's very important that we try to help them out. And we, like I said, we don't need to lose any more people. And I think we got somebody with that problem in our community. That's why I was late getting here yesterday. We had a person in our community that had the symptoms, and I just I couldn't leave the community knowing that I think I know what's going on. So I had to stay behind, and I got here late. I got here about 2 minutes before the meeting ended, but hey, I made it. But anyway, that's about all I got to say right now, but we will get an update. Oh, the other thing is when I turned 66, I was supposed to retire. And that was this March last year. And what happened was I got elected as chief on my birthday. And so much for my retirement. So anyway, with that, I wanted to, the year before, I wanted to retire from the Men's Council. And they told me I had to wait till the fall of the year. So COVID went. So I couldn't retire from that either. So here I am in the spring. And I'm still trying to retire from that because I got too much work being chief, and I also do traditional work, and it just seemed like I'm just kind of really overwhelmed by everything, and the way our community is going, it's going leaps and bounds, and I'm trying hard to keep up, and I think I'm going to have to slip away from this Men's Council. So I'd like to address the people and the chiefs that I step down from this position, and that another person can be picked to take my spot. And I have all the information that I had from all the doctors and everything at home. I didn't know I was supposed to do this today. Otherwise, I would have brought my my paperwork along. And so anyway, that's what I want to ask the assembly to take me off of there and do a resolution that I carry on with my chief job. Before I stop here, I want to share a miracle. I mean, this is a miracle. I was starting to tell Larry over there. I heard somebody talking about Tommy in here earlier. I used to be an evangelist traveling around talking about God, and I was a musician. And I was at a meeting one time, and he was there, and he saw me sitting by the shore because I was tossed between doing what I was doing And I heard that drum, and that drum just went right through me. And I couldn't believe what was happening. So I had to go outside. I had to get away from there because I'm a Christian. I'm not supposed to be in where this is happening. And so Tommy came out there and he asked me what was wrong. And I told him I'm caught between two worlds. So he said that I have to go back to my people because they're going to need you. So I didn't know what he meant, but he told me to go back. So I went, he said, everything will come back to you. So I found that everything started coming back to me. And there's an elder that we were working with here. He asked me what I've been doing, and I told him I've been picking up everything I need. And he asked me, do you have a drum? And I told him, no, we don't have a drum for our community. And he said, well, you know what, you need to make this drum. So it took me a while, 6 months or so, to make the drum. And so when I had the drum made, I went to see him. There was a ceremony going on. So I asked him, when you get a name of a drum, how do you get that? He said, "What? Look at that drum over there." He said, take tobacco, walk over to it, and explain to it what you're asking for. So I did that, and I put my hand down, and as soon as I touched that drum, a name came to me. So I went back and I told him, and he said, that's the name. So not long after that, I was in this meeting, and this elder asked me, she said, what's your name? I told him Pediquin. And he said, is that Petiwan? And that's what my name was, or my grandfather's name was Petiwan. And he was a medicine man for this Sagachiwe we just talked about. Not that one over there, but but the Sagachiwe of Wabascang. And then he said, where was that from? Is that Obashkang? I told him. And he said, Obashkang. And he says, you know that Bitigwan used to work with Sagachiwe. That was his man. And that was your grandfather. So I didn't know that. So I just thought it was amazing. And then he says, well, you know, your drum, he said, did you get a name for it? And I told him that what that elder told me, what that name was that came to me when I touched that drum. And it said, Gabi Duevetang. It's like a sound, or that somebody's telling a story coming. Gabi Duevetang. So anyway, I told him, yeah, that drum gave me a name. What was it? Anish Kaishan Kazat. And I told him, Gabi Duevetang. And his eyes just lit up, and he just looked at me. He said, you know that name you just told me? That was your grandfather's name. And it was 147 years ago. And he told me that was my grandfather's name. And here I am sitting with this big drum, and its name is Agabi Tuewatan. He said, he told me, your grandfather's come back to you to help you run this community. You know, I started to cry. I didn't know what to do. It's just such a shock. I almost fell out of my chair. But it's amazing what the power of that drum, what it can tell you, what it knows. And I just had to share that because I know a lot of times when people look at drums, they don't see exactly how much power these things have. And I listened this morning when they asked it to heal that person in Thunder Bay. I didn't doubt it at all. That's what you have when you look at a drum and what God gives you, the Creator. He gives you power way beyond your knowledge. And today it's, I look at these drums, I have respect. That's because of understanding that when you have faith and belief in what you're doing, anything's possible. And that other thing there with the 1,000 years, I had something written on the back of it, but they didn't put it on there, and I guess maybe they didn't like it. It says, for thousands of years, we've always lived that way. And I had and we will not be railroaded. But I think they didn't like that quote, so they took that last line off. But anyways, I wanted to share that it's a miracle. I still can't believe it today, that I live in the same house with my grandfather that was here 147 years ago. Just totally amazing. Miigwech.
If there's any, if you were promised that you would be reimbursed or paid, finance is in the corner if you're owed any money. I'm not sure who's entitled, and if you line up and don't get any, it's not my fault. But Don is willing to give up some of his honorary. All right, we're going to do a draw for the 3-3 Health table at the corner. Look for your ticket. Ticket number 9612024. $20.24. You want to pick next one? Last four digits, 2033. 2033. Got it?
Elders from Sagin.
Oh, wow.
Bev Kusheen.
Bev Kushane is the other winner. Oh, amigos. Social chiefs.
Yeah.
All right, if we could have the social chiefs. We're just starting the afternoon session. We'll skip lunch.
Let's table it.
Table it, the whole thing?
Yeah, it's up to them.
Yeah, Kinoga, chiefs. Uh, 442, does the chiefs want to table the chiefs committee reports? Yeah. All right, can we have the drummers to close the National Assembly? Drummers, close the National Assembly. Chief Will Major, Will Windigo. Almost, I stopped. Chief Will Windigo.
Test.
Oh, miigwech, shawanang bitang nijnakas, niggus manakanan dunji, bijun them. So I was just kind of getting everything ready here, kind of wrapping everything up here for the night. And I looked at this last document, and I guess it falls under the cultural chiefs. But as I go through the list for the IRS and the schools that are on there, you know, and I know we talked about this 2, maybe 3 years ago down in Rat Portage. And, you know, I had a quick conversation with Dolores outside as to why Mine Center School is not involved. And it should always be mentioned, as long as we're still talking about IRS. Just because we've been told by the governments that it doesn't fall under that. But I attended it, and there was a lot of abuse going on. Whether it was run provincially and didn't fall under the federal mandate for IRS, we shouldn't let them go. And I don't know if there needs to be some form of another resolution coming out of the cultural chiefs to direct the Ogichita to maybe form a different strategy, but it should always be mentioned. Just because we've been told we don't fall under that mandate, we could probably get a lot of testimony from a lot of the students that attended that school of the abuse that went on. And I know this for a fact because I was there. I didn't attend the other residential schools that were named, but abuse is abuse, no matter what form it comes in. And I just wanted to make these comments publicly to the chiefs, cultural chiefs, the Ogichita, and we need to keep talking about it. We're not going to go away because there's still the survivors, and that's what we owe them. Because that school was attended by Nigagoose, Minneconning, and Chemagamang. And just because the province or the feds tell us no, well, we're used to that. We're not going anywhere. Oh, miigwech.
We'll be just closing for today's meeting, but the National Assembly will continue tomorrow. I sort of got Gary Allen in panic mode with his record of decision requirements during a National Assembly. So we're going to continue the National Assembly tomorrow, but we're just adjourning for today. The chiefs have asked to wait until tomorrow until their committee reports. So, miigwech.
Ah, bonjour. Bonjour, Minois. Beka, Beka. We were anticipating working through supper, and so there is some supper being brought up for the chiefs at about 5 o'clock. And for the rest that got tickets, you can go downstairs for the buffet. So you have a free supper. Yeah. Yep.